Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cea de-a doua ediție a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la
regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru toți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
urged us to organize the second edition. You also suggested some ideas about potential topics for the second edition. That's why we decided to continue and have the second edition of e-TAXCON. Well, actually, e-TAXCON is the biggest online conference on taxes in the Republic of Moldova. We have more than 500 people registered. We're very glad that tax issues raise such a high interest. Well, some of the topics are less engaging, less attractive, but nevertheless, the topics are very important for any business and for their day-to-day life. Today, we are together with our partners with whom we tried to make sure that this edition is as interesting as the previous one, and we are also online. But in our room, we have AmCham members with us who are the most active in terms of interacting on the tax dimension. And we are very glad that we have managed to arrange this event in this form. I will make a brief technical introduction, but before that, I would like to say that this event would have been impossible without the support of our partners, BWC, KPMG, and PAA, and of course our partners, our media partners, Monitorul.md. But the whole concept of the event was designed together with the Chamber of Tax Consultants from Romania, and we have done Manolescu with us, chairperson of the Chamber of Tax Consultants of Romania. He also used to be a state secretary at the Ministry of Public Finances of Romania, in charge of tax and customs area. So he's very knowledgeable of this area. But not only because of that, but also because he's one of the most agreeable persons that I've managed to meet in this area of work. So could you please come with a welcoming speech? Yes, good day to everybody. I'm glad to have the possibility to meet in this hybrid format this time. It's a step forward, because if at the previous event, the event was fully online, now we have a hybrid model, both face-to-face and online, and I'm glad. So we are slowly getting back to normality, and I hope this trend is not reversed soon, given the recent trends with the number of positive cases. But I'm glad to be here with you. I'm glad to see many members of the Chamber of Tax Consultants of Romania, because this event was very popular among our members last year. We had a lot of positive feedback. So here we are at the second edition. Hopefully it will be as interesting as the first one. We will discuss issues related to taxation, not necessarily from the point of view of technical aspects, but rather from the point of view of impacts of taxation on economy, and how taxation impacts the economic activity, and how during the following period the taxation should be adjusted to the new economic realities and to the way business is unfolded. So we have planned interesting topics for today and tomorrow, and we hope you'll be with us for the whole period of the conference to discuss together these topics. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dan. Actually, among the partners that we designed this event is AmCham Romania. Tomorrow, the president of AmCham Romania will be with us and will present, will be part of this conference. Some technical issues. First of all, I would like to say that we are streamlining this event in 2 languages, in Romanian and English. So you can choose the language you feel more comfortable with. If you are now listening to a language that is not comfortable for you, so you can find the link to the other language. Also, Privesc.eu is another channel where you can watch the event. And of course, official Facebook page and YouTube are other channels to get connected. Also, it's important to mention that if you have questions, please write them in the chat on the channels you are watching the event. We will collect them and we will ask the questions at the Q&A sessions. For those who are with us in the room, you can ask the questions directly, or if you don't want to speak, you can write it on a piece of paper and give it to me or to Dan, and we'll make sure that these questions will be asked to the panel speakers. Having said that, let's start the conference itself. So now we are beginning with the first section. It's an opening section or introduction section where we will try to set some expectations. So it's entitled Covadis tax policies and tax administration policies. And I would like to start by challenging my colleague, my superior, Mila Malero, to tell us more about the visions that were formulated within AmCham community in this area, not only in our specialized group tax committee, but please refer to the whole AmCham community. Good day to everybody. Welcome to the second edition of e-TAXCON conference, edition of 2021. I have a special love for this conference because last year that was the first event of AmCham. It was conducted online only, and we had many speakers and participants attending from various countries. After that event, myself and Veronica were sure that the second edition would be offline fully, but unfortunately this did not come true. But nevertheless, we are glad that we made a step forward, so we have this hybrid event. So I am welcoming all of you who are with us in the room, so we have a feeling that we have an audience in front of us. We're not just staying in front of TV cameras. But at the same time, we are glad that we have the possibility to give access to participants and speakers from many countries to this conference. In this opening session, we were asked to reflect about the direction where we are heading to. What shall we focus on? What should we do? So now I would like to present a vision of the tax committee of AmCham. I will speak about the reforms and measures that we have to focus on in our discussions and in our work, as well as those that should be promoted in our dialogue with the new government and the new parliament, so that we have a friendly tax environment, a tax environment that will be encouraging investments, private investment. Of course, you will agree that the top priority is ensuring predictability of the tax system by consulting the tax policy in due time. And using this opportunity, I would like to thank everyone who got very actively involved in developing the AmCham opinion regarding the draft tax and the customs legislation, and hopefully we'll have the possibility to discuss it with the decision makers, including the parliament, so that we have a document that is agreed by everybody. And we strongly believe that it's necessary to maintain the obligation of having the new tax rules enforced, not at least on 6 months after they are announced. And of course, all the tax procedures have to be explained in a comprehensive way to all the taxpayers, avoiding any double interpretation. And the subordinated documents have to be issued on time, have to be consulted with the business environment. And last but not least, we believe that the generalized basis of tax practices should be supplemented and updated in real time so that the beneficiaries have access to it. We have been discussing for a lot of time about the need to rewrite the tax code regarding the chapters on VAT, excess taxes, including from the perspective of implementing the association agreement, Republic of Moldova, EU, on the side of VAT and excises. We believe that this process that started in 2018 should be resumed on the basis of a well-defined calendar for everyone who would like to participate in the works on this document that is very important for businesses. We will insist on the transparent, risk-based approach of tax investigations, and we believe that no other factors should be taken into account when planning and conducting such inspections. I believe it's important to further stimulate entrepreneurial activity at the regional level using an intelligent policy of local taxes. The practices of local authorities are sometimes disproportional and unpredictable, which discourages the broadening of entrepreneurial activities in regions. And it's regrettable that the regulation of ceilings on local taxes that was declared non-constitutional hopefully will manage to continue our discussions with decision makers in this regard. We do not want to give up on the idea to have the same approach at the local level as at the national level. Guarantee an appropriate tax system for the activity of non-residents is another priority of AmCham community, and it is not a random thing that one of these sessions of this conference will focus on the activity of non-residents. We believe that the activity of non-resident individuals or legal entities should not be subjected to any discriminatory regime in terms of access to information, access to public services and taxation. And the position of non-residents should not be inferior to the position of residents. Maintaining tax incentives for some economic activities is also important, as long as it has generated a flow of investments in these areas. We have dedicated tax ecosystems for residents of IT parks, residents of free economic zones, and we believe that they should be preserved. At the same time, we believe that there is room for new tax incentives that would generate private investment, such as zero rate for the reinvested profit. And we believe that there is room to identify new sectors in the economy with potential to attract investments for which dedicated incentives, tax incentives could be created. Prioritization of digitalization of tax procedures in all sorts of relations among entrepreneurs, B2G, and internal activity of the company. It's vitally important for the tax processes to be digitalized. We want to draw the attention of decision makers that when we digitalize, we have to take into account the businesses' capacities to assimilate these processes and the need to upgrade their IT systems. Another direction is about the extension by 2030, the term to align the excess tax of Moldova to the EU one, and gradual increase of excess taxes for tobacco products. And given the profile of our organization, AmCham, we will insist on resuming the discussion on the treaty to avoid double taxation between the USA and the Republic of Moldova. Unfortunately, we don't have such a treaty yet. the convention between the Union of former USSR and USA is not applied by succession. So we will continue our discussion with decision makers to encourage bilateral investments between these two countries. Having said that, so all of these recommendations are included in the AmCham paper that has been recently produced, entitled Compendium of Recommendations, that we have provided to decision makers. At the same time, Business Forum document addresses the biggest challenge of the year, the mitigation of the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So if this crisis continues, I believe it's imperative for us to join the efforts in order to increase the resilience of businesses and private sector. That is why we have a session focused on remote work, a key element in fighting or overcoming the pandemic situation. We also, during the discussion of tax policy, we hope we'll have a constructive discussion on deductibility of expenses related to preventing the spreading of virus by employers and service providers. I will stop here, but I would like to use this opportunity to thank AmCham members who contributed with their time and effort to participate in this event, to prepare their speeches. So behind the curtains, there is a lot of work, and your dedication encourages us to organize such events further on. And in my turn, I would like to thank the sponsors of the event, BWC, Deloitte, and PAA, and of course, our media partner, monitorfisc.md. Having said that, Veronica, the floor is yours. Yes, it's not Deloitte, it's KPMG. As for the rest, everything is perfect. Deloitte was an NA and was the sponsor last year. Yes, I agree. Thank you very much, Mila, for this brief presentation of the priorities of our community with regards to tax policies and tax administration policies. It's an honor for us to have with us, well, connected from a distance, two persons, two decision makers for the tax policies and tax administration policies. So I'd like to start with Radu Marian, Deputy President of Parliamentary Committee, Economy, Budget and Finance. Radu is a promoter of digitalization, including in the tax area, and analyzing his drafts. We hope that the best tax practices will be implemented. Radu, hello. Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your invitation. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you well. Thank you. So that's still the introduction part. Oh, yes, yes. Radu, maybe you could share with your vision regarding in what direction we are heading in terms of tax policies, tax administration policies, so you can present your own vision, or you can broaden it and you could present the Parliament's vision. But we would like to know your opinion also regarding where we are heading in this area. Yes, thank you very much. I think I will focus on my personal vision, and partially I will present the vision of the Parliament. In my position of Deputy President of the Parliamentary Committee, Economy, Budget and Finance, I will present the priorities that we have set for the immediate future. So regarding the taxation, I believe the biggest problem is the low trust of people in the state, in economic and legal institutions. And because of that, we have lots of people who think it's not worth contributing to the country's budget. And that's why we have so many tax evasions, both by individuals and private businesses. In the opinion of many people, as long as the government does not do its job, does not provide public services, people don't see the need to contribute with taxes and duties. And that's the biggest vulnerability, speaking about economy and taxation. And that's our top priority, to resume trust in the government, in the state, to have a good and equitable justice system, to respect private ownership, to encourage development of businesses, to have an economic growth, so that people become more open to pay taxes and duties, because that's a fundamental responsibility of all people living in a democratic country. So I would like to remind that about 70% of the state budget comes from the customs sector, from import, which means that within the country, the tax collection capacity is low. So we have to correct things here. So it's important both people to trust more the state, and for the state to improve its capacity to collect taxes, to have a sustainable national budget, able to cover investments and expenses in the education, social area, and so on. Other priorities, immediate priorities, is to decrease bureaucracy for small business. And now we are working on a draft law. It is intended to change the way of organizing inspections, simplifying the reporting. Hopefully this draft will come on the Parliament's agenda soon. Also, we have an initiative to introduce a single compliance statement of business owners. So we have a number of initiatives to decrease bureaucracy. Another priority that we have is to re-examine overall the system of tax and customs facilities, because we have many of them. We would like to create mechanisms to prioritize and to offer these facilities in order for businesses to grow and create jobs, because oftentimes the customs facilities were adopted in order to serve some narrow interests. Another priority is to encourage cashless payments. That will diminish the risk of tax evasion and will facilitate payments. Also would like to diminish the interaction between businesses and the state and the government. The less interaction we have, the lower the risk of abuse and corruption, because we understand in what country we are living, and we have to follow this mantra that people, businesses want to do their businesses, and that's what they have to do. They have to live their lives. And of course, businesses need to live up to their tax obligations, but this should be done by interactive as little as possible with the state. And that's my vision. And I believe many of my fellow colleagues in the parliament share the same vision. There are some other things to be done in customs and tax authorities, implementation of electronic reporting mechanisms, to establish some performance indicators, to accelerate digitalization. So that's a brief presentation of the short-term priorities. And of course, taxation and tax health of the state is directly related to economic growth, economic development. We are aware of that, and we will do our best to fulfill this. So that's all I wanted to tell you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this very interesting summary. I can say for sure that lots of things that you have listed resonate with people that are with us in the room and those that are watching remotely. when you speak about tax facilities, and I would like for us to be on the same page, we agree lots of facilities have to be redesigned, but we should not forget that facilities are not necessarily losses for the state. In some cases, the tax facilities can boost the development of some areas of work, of some parts of the economy. So we have to rethink them very carefully. And as Mila said, it is important for us as a business community to be involved in this process of redesigning, rethinking, for us not to be presented only the result of a very complex exercise, because for sure this exercise of rethinking the priorities, the tax facilities is very complex. So as we are discussing some objectives of the government, of the state, let's include in this discussion Mr. Dumitru Budiansky, who is Minister of Finance, and maybe he could tell us more about how the Ministry of Finance sees this development of tax policies and tax administration policies, and how we as a business community can help to make this process simple and pleasant for all stakeholders involved. Mr. Budiansky, please, the floor is yours.
Hello. I hope you can hear me well. I will start by some things that seem minor but very important to me. First of all, the tax policy for 2022. I want to tell you that it will be a short process. We'll try to make some clear amendments, the ones that we almost can agree on, and in cases where we need more discussions and more significant involvement, we will continue the discussion of those. Meaning what we received today will be the foundation for starting the policy for 2023. And we hope this process will be over until May. So as soon as we approve a tax policy for 2022, we will immediately start developing the policy for 2023, so that in May, we would have everything ready for the next year. That would simplify a lot the life of budget planning. So please bear with me and don't insist on radical amendments that need discussion and involvement of several stakeholders in such a brief period of time. And now, when it comes to priorities or goals that are set for the Ministry of Finance and Government. Of course, we have several goals. First of all, from the development point of view, we need the development of a private sector. How we will achieve this goal? Well, that is a process. It's a broad political process, first of all, that needs to select ways that would lead to the development of a private sector. But we could set two major lines of addressing this, and these are tax facilities and development programs aimed for economic operators. So far, if anything happened, we just were offering fiscal facilities as the only solution for the development of a private sector. And where did it bring us today? I don't want to say that we were stagnating, but neither did we achieve a great success of a private sector compared to the neighboring countries or the countries in the region with whom we try to compete. Also, we can't notice a significant or radical decrease of businesses that are in the unreported area and many other things that underlie the development of a country are not present to the level or to the extent of the expectations that the citizens of this country had and still have. I believe that fiscal facilities need to be granted very carefully and only as exception, which means that we need to revise all of these expenses that we had and continue to have and see how we can compensate them by well-aimed policies in the area of budget expenses. Fiscal facilities create an adverse motivation. A facility, as in terms of direct budgetary impact, if it's 1 million, it can create in the entire system harmful motivation that in the end is building up in the activity of enterprises and on the budget, which is 10 times higher or 100 times higher. So please, we have 20% direct taxes and fees. It's not a big share if we compare it with other countries. It's not big at all. This is a share that the state, as of today, affords at the expense of educational programs which are not very good in our country, at the expense of social protection that has a lot of room for improvement, and so on. Economic development is not only about raising GDP over 1 or 2 years. Economic development, first of all, is about the ability of a society to provide healthcare services, educational services, protection, security, and generally provide citizens and businesses with a feeling of comfort that they are living well in this country. Without fees and taxes, we have no other resources from which we could cover these expenses. For Moldova, this is virtually the only source of revenue. Now I would like to say some things that don't relate to the government's vision or Ministry of Finance's vision for short term. I would just like us to have this discussion taking opportunity of this conference format. We have a big problem with the tax system. The tax system is mainly a political thing, but this political thing is influenced by businesses accepting some, at least, ideas to be discussed, to be calculated. Our taxation system is mainly being focused on taxing labor force and is generously using resources that Moldova is missing. So I don't think that such a system can lead to a progress that would ensure us getting closer to a living standard of other countries. So let's have discussions on your platforms, on academia platforms, including involvement of politicians. So let's discuss what should be the tax system in Moldova in terms of tax structure. This is a long-lasting thing. It may take 10 years or 15 years or less. We don't know. But by discussions, the society will reach an agreement. And it's very important here for the businesses to be, and especially a bit larger businesses, because I understand from the micro and small enterprises, they only think one day ahead. But the larger and medium companies are very much interested in developing a friendly business environment, as mentioned by Ms. Malero. And of course, a safe environment where the factors are controlled by the state and can and what the state provides them could help them cope with regional competition or international competition, depending on the sector they are part of. Also, strengthening clustering positions of some of the players in Moldova in regional or international clusters. This is a matter to be discussed. Now, when it comes to stability, this is a critical aspect repeated from year to year. And I've been watching for 10 years. Every year, we have suggestions to amend certain rules, wording, and we keep rewording and rewording, and I don't know if it ever comes to an end. It doesn't look like we have good outlooks. I mean, if we amend the tax code, this rewording will be over. No, I don't know that. Maybe the consultants who worked on the tax code previously, or these improvements that were made over time, maybe they were not well thought. But if we want stability, and I really want this to be over at some point, I mean the amendment of the rules, for that, let's contribute together to that. Let's have single willing, and then I think we will be able to solve it. Also, there was changed, I think, a smaller topic like deduction of expenses during COVID times. And I've heard about this when I presented the government's action plan. I asked my colleagues to explain me what the situation is, and I see that they showed me that the issue with the deduction is solved. So it's also part of a generalized tax practice database, and it is also necessary to have a document of a higher level that would explain how these rules are to be applied, and also deductibility of tests that was entered separately. So please tell me, I mean, if it is an urgent problem, but tell me what the problem is, because from the tax authority and from my colleagues, they said there were no problems with that. They are covered by the tax code and clarification of those provisions through the generalized database of tax practice. So in this respect, if you have some comments, let's intervene as an emergency. We are in a pandemic, so let's get an answer quickly. I fully agree with digitalization, and because This is where cut down in the use of cash money will come from. And of course, it would be good to have joint policies and for businesses to help this process. I think there is still some resistance about this coming from the business environment, business community, especially the smaller companies. When it comes to aligning to excise duty, VAT, and so on, there is no way we will do that. We are directed at harmonizing with EU policies, EU directives, and we need to align when it comes to excise duties. So we'll probably have little room of negotiation here, but well, I hope we will have some room for negotiation as much as necessary to implement all of these things that would be easiest for our business environment. And the last thing I wanted to mention is that this collaboration that we have on several sides, at the level of a prime minister, at the level of, bilateral relationships with various business associations, we will continue. And if there are suggestions, we could institutionalize this cooperation, make it, turn it into an easier process. But first of all, we need to start from clear objective. What do we want to achieve? If we start from the goal to reduce attacks, I don't think we will have a lot of understanding here, because our tax space and our expenditure needs are far from meeting the needs that the population of society has. The role of business people in social life, if they want to reach more, and for that certain mechanisms are needed, then I think we could discuss that. But again, that is a process that would need to involve a political side. So we will try to integrate this discussion process at the level of ministry, parliament, government, because please agree that everything related to taxes has a huge and enormous political burden. So most decisions made in this respect are political decisions, or at least have a big political burden and responsibility. So when we talk at ministry level about technicalities, when it is necessary to make a decision, as it was with capping the local fees, so there is nothing else to discuss with that. And that is the situation. I think we just need to develop this mechanism for discussion, for involvement of local public authorities, so that we can find mechanisms to exclude the abuse coming from local public authorities. That's the way. At least until the constitution gets to be amended. But currently these mechanisms are not well developed, I think. We had such cases, I know, when the authorities established some abusive fees, where there were no mechanisms to influence or to stop this process. So please come up with suggestions, and we will involve also the local authorities so that they would help us on this new direction of discussion and harmonization of interests. Thank you. If there are questions, I'm ready to answer. But in an overview, that's what I wanted to say in relation to the conference and what the ministry is going to implement in the nearest future. So I hope this week or maybe next week, we will have the first draft of systematized suggestions, and then concretely we'll look at every suggestion starting next week. Thank you very much, Minister, for this explanation of your vision, of a vision of an authority that you represent on the side of tax administration and tax policies. I would like to add something here. Of course, in some areas you challenged us to come up with comments, so I started to receive immediately messages from our members with various examples. So we are followed by a large number of people who represent the national business community and the Romanian business community, the international business community. But I think they were very well, the ones so very responsive to our message are the local ones who feel it in their everyday life. So I would like to tell you that we are very grateful for you being so open, communicating with us in areas that are important for us as a business community. Indeed, these are not our problems as a community. These are economic development issues per se, where people have difficulties understanding, or they think they understand some aspects, including fiscal aspects, that can lead to various behaviors. And when it comes to bigger, serious companies, well, in case of they will try to clarify these behaviors. In other cases, it can lead to different behaviors if communication is missing. That's why I think your openness will incline many representatives of the business community who still have doubts, as Radu was saying before, about complying or not. Hopefully what you say will help them decide to comply. Actually, there were tools that were not used very much lately. There are consultative or advisory boards, mechanisms that involve the business community, and in the past they were like more formal interaction platforms, not only bilateral, but including several participants. As a recommendation, maybe it would be an idea to revive these interaction platforms. So when it comes to the challenge that you launched, asking us to tell you what are the barriers related to expenses related to COVID, there are examples in this respect as well. And I will tell you that often, when I'm personally asked by our colleagues, members, like, what do you think about this kind of expense on a COVID? It's ordinary and needed expense. It's COVID related. It should be deductible. Yes, but the discussions that we had with consultants from the tax service gave us a different answer, that it depends. So these tiny moments and details, they are the ones that create these moments. In the address from AmCham, we tried to list some of the situations that we believe could raise problems in the future, because what we do now is to ensure that in 2 or 3 years from now, when hopefully COVID will be over or any other pandemic will not be here, there will be audits coming from tax authority to economic operators, and the treatment of a way deduction or another is treated should be the same. They should not differ. So we're not asking about very special provisions or more permissive provisions than in the tax code. We just want to make sure that the way we understand things is the right one, and no one will get big fines because they did not understand correctly the way it takes place. And next, next workshop, next panel we'll have is working remotely, and we have many questions here. If we talk about equipment used by employees that could belong to employers or maybe not, the services that are partially compensated for people working from home, the depreciation of the goods that belong to the company, but we are not on site at the company. So these are some technical aspects, details that need to be discussed. And we are very glad that the colleagues from the ministry and the colleagues from the tax service don't see a big problem in this. It means that the discussion will be fluent and simple. And we would like it to take place. So since we try to signal that there is a problem related to that, let's try to discuss it. Point by point, based on very concrete situations. We have some reserve lately, at least this is what the members tell us. The generalized tax practice database is necessarily followed by the ones who consult or the ones who control. That should also be mandatory, because the database is the official position of a tax authority, and it should be observed by the employees of a tax authority. You also mentioned the fact that you are open for us to rethink or to start a harmonization with the EU directives on VAT and excise duties. That is obviously a natural movement. And Mila mentioned before the Convention for Avoiding Double Taxation with the US, but we still have European countries with whom we haven't finished the implementation of conventions on avoiding double taxation. We have big strategic partners, France, for instance, and we would be very happy to learn about the plans of the ministry. Maybe not right now, but maybe you could have a communication line with respect to that. We know that the convention with France is being negotiated. We, as the business community, we did not see necessarily what are the conditions planned there for our side. So if some conventions at European level, particularly are planned not only in Europe, but still, we would be very glad if you could see them in advance and maybe come with some suggestions in this respect. But talking about everything related to the EU, we are honored to have with us Rosario de Placia, who is high-level advisor from the European Union and who obviously has a serious, a heavy word to say about the priorities that we should focus on when it comes to taxation, as tax and customs policies are part of his portfolio. Rosario would be very happy if you could share your opinion about that.
Okay, dear Deputy Chair.
Oh, it's a translation.
Dear Deputy Chair of Economy, Budget, Finance Committee of Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, dear Minister of Finance, honored guests, good afternoon. I'm indeed happy to be here today in this event, marking the second e-TAXCON international conference, having let's say, major importance for both, I would say, tax professionals from a state institution, international organization, and business, who are actually the main beneficiary of these institutions. I guess let's say the word TAXCON does not stand only for tax conference, but perhaps also stand for tax professional connection, which I believe this is the core of this conference today. Yeah. First of all, let me say, I was happy to appreciate recent presentation by the Minister of Finance on its strategic vision and short midterm objectives in public finance, attainable until the end of 2022. The Minister of Finance, inter alia, outlined the approximation of VAT, the excise duty rate approximation also with the European Union ones, the implementation of newly adopted customs code, and raising efficiency of state tax service as well as customs service. The EU level advisory mission is currently helping the Minister of Finance to develop and implement measures for improving in a short term customs procedures, tax rules, reducing administration and business cost, and very important, strengthening integrity in these institutions. The gradual economic integration of the Republic of Moldova into the EU, including the implementation of a deep, comprehensive free trade area, implies alignment of national VAT legislation with certain provision of EU VAT directives, not all. The common VAT system is a key of European single market, which has facilitated trade, at the same time becoming an important source of revenue for state budget. Last year, the EU high-level advisory mission performed an analysis of Moldovan VAT regulation and provided a recommendation designed to help the Minister of Finance in the approximation process. I mean, with Annex 6 of the EU-Moldova Association Agreement. Why Moldova has to approximate? I mean, it's not only because a commitment in the Annex 6. I mean, there is a reason behind, just not a commitment. The approximation of VAT directive is necessary to eliminate to the maximum extent possible legal uncertainty and potential factors which may distort competition in the market. The approximation will certainly provide support for development of business sector, including predictable provision in tax rules, simplified VAT schemes, aiming at ensuring a level playing field for SMEs, small, medium enterprise. And of course, reduce taxpayers' compliance costs and governmental administrative expenditure. It's also worth mentioning, I was touching briefly earlier, worth mentioning Moldova has freedom of transposing some of the provision of the VAT directive. I mean, those optional, as not all of them are compulsory. Therefore, it's very important to clearly identify since the very beginning the possible options Moldova may choose, appraising the lesson learned of other countries which have undergone a similar process. But that's also very important. Nevertheless, the Moldovan tax code should consider transposition of notions of taxable persons, place or supply rules for goods and services, the special schemes for SMEs, I mentioned it also briefly before, as well as revising exemptions, deduction, and invoicing rules, among others. Within the process of reform, VAT rates should also be aligned with the economic capacity and growth objectives of the country. Tax policy has an important role to play to establish Moldova as a secure, a trusted node in the global supply chain. So, as the others want to trade with us and want to invest here, I wish Moldovan institutions in the upcoming endeavors, efforts, and to scale greater heights in the next 2 years. I would like to end by thanking the Minister of Finance for its defined objectives, I mentioned before, and I express my hope that the outcome of this conference will be used to the full extent in the forthcoming period by all of us. Collaboration, commitment, and partnership is a key. Among all stakeholders is a key. And the only way ahead towards a prosperous and more prosperous future and economic growth of this country, of the Republic of Moldova. I would like to thank, of course, the organizer for this very important event and wish fruitful discussion among all of us. Spor la muncă! Mersi!
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rosario. Mulțumim frumos pentru această
Thank you very much for this very nice connection bridge with that you created with what was mentioned by Mr. Budiansky and by Mr. Marian. We're very grateful that they described these visions that they had, and you summarized in a very good manner. And you answered some of the questions that we received in the chat. So I asked, how exactly do we plan to have your harmonization process, and you covered that. Also, one of the questions was, what is planned in the area of VAT? And the ones who asked that question, I encourage you, please be attentive to the fourth section of our conference, where Rosario will be back, it's like, you know, Terminator 2, 3, 4. Terminator is always back. So Rosario will be back to tell us more about what priorities at EU are, and we'll also have Mr. Dorel Noroc, who will tell us about the harmonization in the area of VAT. Also, another question we received through the channels where we broadcast, and that was a question to Mr. Budiansky.
O să vă zic despre ce este vorba și...
So let me tell you what this question is about, and I will ask Dan maybe to make a connection with Romania, and you'll understand why. The question is the following, Mr. Budiansky, what is your opinion about harmonizing the tax policies between Moldova and Romania to open business opportunities for Romanian entrepreneurs in Moldova? So that's a question to Mr. Budiansky. Would you like to answer now, or should we leave Dan tell us a bit more about this, and then you'll jump in? So what would you like to do? What is more comfortable for you? So I will reply later. Okay, Dan. So we have been discussing about the national peculiarities, and I am wondering, have you noticed some similarities? For sure, myself and other participants from Romania have felt like home, like at home, because we are discussing the same issues, discussing about transparency. We're also discussing about the need for things to be understood by businesses and individuals, about the role of the state in the economy. So we have to understand that there is a different situation compared to 30 years ago, because 30 years ago the state used to own everything, and the state would redistribute the value added created by the economy. That mechanism changed fundamentally in the market economy. Things work differently. The government is a partner. Everything that is produced in the economy belongs to the operators producing this value added. And the state, the government, collects via taxes and duties a certain amount. The minister used to say that in Moldova, the tax evasion is about 20 and something percent. In Romania, is the same, it's 26%. So it's a kind of vicious cycle. It's who came first, the hen or the egg? What should we do first? Should we prove first as the government that we are giving back the benefits, or should we first persuade the population to start to contribute so that the state has the necessary resources? And another thing is to enhance the transparency. And here I would like to thank for the efforts that I've seen by the Deputy President Radu Marian and Minister Budiansky for this. So we can see that some steps were made in this direction, and I really appreciate this, and I would like the same to happen in Romania. I think that you are ahead of us, so and I congratulate you for that. I believe that we need such a partnership in order to increase the trust of people and businesses in the government. Regarding Romania-Moldova partnership and how this should be done to foster trade exchanges, I think this should be part of a broad context, the context of Moldova-EU partnership. I think we should not focus only on Moldova-Romania. We have to view things in a broader context because things in Romania are similar to what is happening in the EU. A similar tax system as a concept, as a mechanism, if they are somehow aligned, it is much easier to be understood by any entrepreneur that would like to enter a market. But if things are fundamentally different, I think any effort to extend the business from Moldova to Romania and vice versa from Romania to Moldova would be much more difficult. So any attempt to raise interest depend on the alignment of the tax system, so that entrepreneurs who are people that have to manage information, and the more similar information, the easier to manage them. The more different the information is, the more difficult to manage them. But nevertheless, in an expansion process, there are a series of challenges related to sales market, consumers, different approaches of consumers. So if we add here fiscal uncertainty, then the expansion process will be much more difficult. And I think we need to have an harmonization of rules so that businesses are more familiar and feel more encouraged to expand their business. I think the presentations were, or the introductory speeches were interesting. I hope, Minister, what I've said resonates with what you want to tell us. Minister? Look, I am pleading for economic integration with Romania. I've been doing that for a while already. So, as an individual, I, of course, support any actions that would bring the two countries closer, including in the tax area. But as it was said already, both Moldova and Romania go towards the same direction. They are both harmonizing the law to the EU legislation. So the direction where we should go is clear. But what Romania already has in place and is developing is very useful for us. And here we could be not to take over things in a fragmented manner. I don't know how to put it in more diplomatic words, but Moldova can get inspired from what Romania is doing. But I believe it's better to have a more fundamental direction. We need to have a stronger dialogue on this topic. And if we do so, I think things will move quicker in this dimension of EU integration as well. Also, Romania is a country that has energy resources. Moldova is a country that does not have energy resources. That's a fundamental difference. So obviously, Moldova perhaps will have another philosophy regarding some taxes. Moreover, I think Moldova could serve as an experiment, if you want to put it like that, or an attempt to amplify certain trends in implementing the green economy, because we need more green economy. We are somehow forced to develop green economy because this dependency, full dependency on external energy resources generates lots of challenges and problems for us. And the only solution for us is to implement as quickly as possible green economy. Romania also has this as an objective, but because the pressure on Romania is lower, I mean the pressure of dependence on external resources, I believe it will not move as quickly, or it doesn't see it as a short term, as an immediate goal. So we could think what we could take over, what we could learn from Romania. We take over many things on the basis of individual to individual interaction or institution to institution interaction. We have great cooperations, especially at the local level, but in terms of tax system, I would like to say that the Minister of Finance has not seen any experience of cooperation with Romania. Maybe we had some, and I'm not aware of them, but at least now we don't have one, to be more specific. And it would be good to have. And I hope that I'll have the opportunity to bring this topic to the attention of Romanian colleagues. Thank you very much. I think it would be useful, maybe not necessarily from following the good stuff only. Maybe Moldova could learn from the mistakes made by Romania, because not everything was so fine in terms of tax policies and the macroeconomic effect. We will discuss about incentives and how some incentives that were provided and then withdrew resulted in situations when Romania had to pay damages of hundreds of millions of euro. So there are things that Moldova can learn from Romania. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Budiansky, for this comment. I am sure that those who are watching us and asked this question are satisfied with this answer, and that there is openness in this regard. I like very much this parallel that was made by Dan and was confirmed by Rosario. You did not see, but he was nodding his head very actively, because indeed this getting closer between Moldova and Romania is implemented by harmonizing some processes and by implementing the agreements that we had with EU to make sure that we have a uniform approach. Because the first session is coming to a close, I would like to ask Mr. Marian, would you like to add something now, or we will meet in more details at a separate session? Now, I think I've presented our vision and the immediate priorities, and we will continue the discussions at the dedicated session. Thank you one more time for the invitation, and lots of success. Thank you for accepting this invitation. Thank you all panel speakers, and we'll be waiting to interact with you live or online with our whole community. So we will continue the work of the conference. We need a short break, a very short break to make all the technical preparations for the next panel. So we will be waiting for you to continue the work in a couple of minutes.
Merci, și eu. La revedere!
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice, veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. întotdeauna era important pentru terți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cea de-a doua ediție a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva...
Okay, Stefano, please go ahead.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the special panel focused on distance working and the tax challenges associated with it. I'm Stefano Marmo, Senior Policy Manager at the American Chamber of Commerce to the EU, and I'm absolutely delighted to be able to join you virtually today from Brussels, this year's e-TAXCON conference, but also to have been given the opportunity to join this highly topical special panel. But why is it special? Well, because it features not only absolute tax experts in their respective fields, but also leaders from 3 different AmChams from around Europe, namely AmCham Moldova, AmCham Romania, and AmCham Hungary. And obviously with more AmChams joining us down the line in the program, and also, of course, in the audience today. For this, I wanted to really express my thanks to AmCham Moldova, not just for putting together this wonderful conference now twice, but also for your leadership in fostering collaboration between the AmChams network. The interest of more than 17,000 American and European companies, employing 20 million workers and accounting for more than 1.1 trillion in investment on both sides of the Atlantic. As a bilateral voice of American and European companies, the AmChams in Europe works to communicate the importance of the transatlantic economy in both Europe and the US. As AmChams, tax is, of course, at the heart of everything we do. And today's discussion could not be more timely. As the world starts to emerge from the pandemic, the way we work has certainly changed drastically, and this clearly has major tax implications. So definitely very eager to learn more in today's panel, how I can possibly get away from rainy Brussels and go relocate and work somewhere else remotely. But let me stop here, and it's now with great pleasure that I would like to pass on to my co-moderator today, Dan Manolescu, to set the scene and introduce the speakers. Dan, over to you.
Mulțumesc mult, Stefano. Bună ziua din nou tuturor
Good afternoon again to all participants in the conference. I will start by presenting briefly the participants in today's panel. A brief presentation for Stefano. So as I've said, Stefano is policy manager at AmCham. He's dealing with economic policy and strategy of AmCham. Before that, he used to be the political advisor for financial services and taxes committees. He used to work as a consultant for CRAB, a world leader in terms of strategic communication and public affairs, providing counseling on issues of financial services. He also worked for a member of the European Parliament and the representatives of the EU Parliament in the UK. So thank you for joining our panel as a co-moderator. We have with us Lilia Colin, co-chair of Tax Committee at AmCham Moldova, director at Deloitte Audit Moldova, also a person with huge experience in audit practice, more than 13 years. Before joining Deloitte, she worked at Ernst & Young and also co-chair at the Tax Committee at AmCham. So it's a pleasure to have Lilia with us. Also with us, we have Yuri Chichibaba, with more than 18 years experience in tax accounting and financial consultancy, now co-chair of managing partner at Taxaco. Yuria used to work in the Ministry of Finance as deputy minister and head of the minister's cabinet. So he has relevant experience in public policies. Now he is chair of the Tax Committee at AmCham Moldova and member of the administration board at small companies in Moldova. We also have with us online Karoli Radnai. You know him from the previous edition of e-TAXCON-21. Karoli, thank you for being with us one more time. Karoli is president of the Tax Committee AmCham Hungary, managing partner at Anderson Hungary, and more than 20 years of experience in various tax areas. He started his professional career in Arthur Andersen and then in Ernst & Young, where he worked as manager and managed the division of professionals specialized in profit taxes. We also have with us online Alex Milchevko, president of the Tax Committee of AmCham Romania and partner of Ernst & Young Romania, with broad experience in the tax area, founding member of the Chamber of Tax Consultants of Romania. Thank you for your availability to be with us. So let's start the topic. The title is very interesting, as Stefano said earlier. Remote work and tax challenges associated with it is a very topical issue because the pandemic changed the way we work. And we would like to discuss today during this panel how this new way affects the way we work and affects the tax issues. From the very beginning, I would like to raise an issue that maybe you will address, each of you in your presentation, how the law in each of your countries responds to the new changes, meaning that the relationship between employee and employer, which used to be based on time, is getting more and more closer to the activity of a freelancer that is mainly based on projects of results, because time is not that relevant for remote work, and how the tax legislation in each country can respond to this challenge of separating dependent from independent work, because the criteria are different. Other things related to remote work. So we were discussing earlier about tax incentives and how the employer compensates various expenses incurred by employees when working remotely. So hopefully we'll manage to address all of these I will start by offering the floor to Carole. If you remember, last year, Carole challenged us with a very interesting analysis of the achievements of Hungary as a result of reforms done in 2014-2015 and the increase of collection of taxes by electronic invoice that goes through the survey of the tax authority, the system of supervising the transportation of cargoes, which resulted in higher VAT collections, which resulted in lower taxes, or lower rates for other taxes. So, Carole, what is the situation in Hungary with remote work? I know that you've done a very detailed analysis of the impact of remote work and the number of people involved in remote working. So, what can you tell us about this from the Hungarian perspective?
Thank you so much for the introduction and the invitation, and congratulations to you for organizing this seminar, and thank you for inviting me again for a second time. I'm already a returning guest. You said that or I actually challenged you, or Hungary challenged Romania. Unfortunately, this time I won't be able to challenge you because the experience of the last 18 months is not, how to say, that good. There were no very tangible reforms in terms of remote working. There was a big push by both employers and employees to have a more flexible labor code that reflects the home office and remote working in a I would say in a 21st century way. But unfortunately, finally, the decision, and I think it was a political decision, not a professional decision, was that the government didn't want to make substantial changes because they felt that home office is not good in every aspect of the economy, and they didn't want to which I would say that's why I think it was rather political than professional. So they're in the view of the government that home office is very good for emergency and for temporary period of time, but they didn't want to promote it for periods after the pandemic. So if we look at the statistics, what happened in Hungary, I think very similar things should have happened in Romania and Moldova during those days. That in beginning of March or middle of March, when in 2020, when the pandemic started, all of a sudden companies had to adopt new ways of working, and a lot of employees were allowed to stay at home and work remotely. So actually, the statistics show that although the pandemic in Hungary was not really significant in the first wave, that was the highest proportion when employees were allowed to work at home. And when we experienced the second and especially the third wave, although there were a temporary increase in remote working, that was already not that significant. So when the peak was that almost 20% of the employee population were allowed to stay at home and were able to work at home, whereas in the second and the third wave it was already lower, which is good and not good at the same time. Good in a way it shows that especially multinationals and in certain service sectors, the employers were quite flexible. But for example, the government was not flexible. So in the state government sector, it was absolutely not allowed to stay at home. And especially in the third wave, I think that we in Hungary we experienced a really tough time. We had terrible statistics in terms of infection and death toll. And that's my personal opinion, that was partly due to this very rigid way of handling the situation. In terms of freelancers and employees, although many expected that freelancers will be more motivated, it will be more project driven, what we see again from the statistics is that that the proportion of freelancers working compared to employees are actually decreased. So, which is, again, I think it's a reaction to the reality. When the pandemic started, a lot of companies decided to lay off first the freelancers and then and keep the employees because of the labor code regulation and restrictions. So dismissing freelancers is always much easier than terminating an employment contract. And I think that created a tendency that also freelancers wanted to find real jobs on permanent basis in order to have some safe harbor. And that's also reflected on the statistics. So if we see the number of freelancer workers and freelancer self-employed entrepreneurs, the number significantly dropped. But that was not the only reason. The other reason was that Hungary had a very liberal and flexible taxation for freelancers. And also the government realized that there was a tendency that more and more former employees tend to switch to freelancers in order to save taxes, and they wanted to stop that. So actually they introduced quite strict measures for freelancers taxation, and that also created the move back to the employment. So I think that was both the pandemic and also the reality in the labor market, that a lot of freelancers who were actually by substance employees went back to formal employment contract.
Mulțumesc mult, Caroli.
Thank you very much, Caroli. I would like to ask Lilia now to present her point of view with respect to remote work and the way things took place in Moldova. How is it seen from your perspective, Lilia? What do you think about all this entire period of transfer from physical presence at work to remote work? What were the challenges in this movement? And from your point of view, what are the tax challenges related to this transition? Hello, and thank you very much for introduction to this topic. And I would like to thank Caroli for touching on very important topics regarding the impact of remote work and the changes imposed by the reality in order to change the treatment of individual employment contracts or service provision contracts. Speaking of individual employment contracts or service provision contracts for freelancers, I have a question to you, Caroli. What do you think are advantages and disadvantages of having a relationship with the economic operator based on a freelance agreement?
I think, in Hungary, people tend to become a freelancer not because of the labor code restriction, but rather because of taxation. They actually feel that after that the regulation gets a bit stricter. Still, there's a lot of people tend to choose this kind of arrangement because the net salary is higher. During the pandemic, a lot of people have just had experience that it doesn't really provide sufficient guarantees. So it's very flexible, but also flexible for the employer or the contractor, who is the buyer. And I think it's the freelancer is really typical for those professions where there is not only one client, but there are more clients of an entrepreneur, because when there is one client, then it becomes it also in OECD terminology there is called a dependent self-employed arrangement, so it's not really a healthy situation. So economically, he's self-employed. He is responsible for paying the social security, the personal income tax, so many things. But economically, he's very much dependent on one client, and for example, in Hungary, this is what has been taxed in a higher way recently. So those professions where there is only one client, although we don't call it employment, it is the tax liability almost becomes the same. So freelancers have to think about very much whether they want to keep up their kind of economical freedom, and because in certain situations it just doesn't make sense. The strong ambition of the government, otherwise, which is not so surprising, that not to say minimize, but to decrease the number of freelancers. So it's the trend is that people become employed. That's also good for the government in crisis situations, because there were a lot of professions where the freelancer way of working was absolutely common, like for example in the transportation industry, or so like taxi drivers, or in the film industry, and or in the tourism industry. And those people who were actually freelancers in these industries, which were very much hit by the pandemic, were left without any payment and any kind of government guarantees. Whereas if somebody is employed, then it is the employer who keeps up paying the salary, and if the contract is terminated, he's liable to pay termination fee. So it is also the interest of the government that to increase this field.
Mulțumim mult, Carole, pentru răspunsul.
Thank you very much, Carole, for a very comprehensive answer. And of course, the challenges that a state encounters when it tries to address the fiscal aspects of individual employment contracts and service provision contracts with micro companies or individual companies, that are more comparable. Both in Moldova and Central European countries, we certainly face the same challenges with respect to the fact, should these two types of contracts be perceived separately, differently? Is there direct dependence between the individual service provider who has a service provision contract with an economic operator? Should this person be perceived as a third-party provider or an employee of a company? So all of these aspects in the online work, remote work, led to some big effects, and the legislation of every country should undertake action in order to prevent the challenges of the economic operator who faces the tax risks. I mean, do they interpret correctly or not the revenues or the income of the revenue paid in line with the service provision contract, but also the tax risks incurred by the individual, like sole company, who provides such services and receives income. These are some of the main challenges, and of course, both the business community and the employees want some openness from the tax authorities. They want them to hear the challenges that they face and to make sure that the risks of tax violations are minimized. Starting from this topic, it's important to take into account that both in case of individual employment contracts and in service provision contracts, it is important for economic operators to make sure that the adjustment of the working hours were included in the contract provisions. To be precise, if these are events before the pandemic, where it was specified that the place of service provision is the office, it is currently recommended by most tax consultants that these contract provisions would be adjusted so that from the beginning in the individual employment agreement or in the service provision agreement, these things like place of service provision or standard working hours that my colleague Dan also mentioned. These things should be mentioned in the contract. They should be defined. Internal procedures should be defined so that both the employer and the employee would have transparency related to how these relationships are going to be applied, monitored, and remunerated. Best practice in this area says that during the pandemic, most economic operators realized that all salary benefits, or well, a significant share of salary benefits that were applicable and interesting for employees before are not relevant anymore, and they need to be revised. So these benefits have a special tax treatment, and from a case to another, these benefits are taxed differently. Every country has its own approach. There is no classic rule, and surely economic operators from most countries realize that employees need some financial support in order to be able to carry their work remotely. And these are additional costs, such as equipment, furniture, compensating certain costs for utilities, covering some transport expenses. So all of these become a need, and their nature should be perceived exactly in this way by the tax authority and not be viewed as a non-deductible expense. I mean, if, well, in the past, this was viewed a bit more skeptical. For instance, in Romania, all of these costs, and my colleagues who are practitioners in this field could add to it. In Romania, in 2021, by means of an ordinance, single-time compensation of 2,500 Romanian lei was approved to cover these additional costs. Of course, this is not a facility. It is being treated differently from fiscal point of view compared to bonuses or premiums and so on. In Moldova, we are still waiting for such a provision. And of course, the economic operators that understand their responsibility to support the social level and the safety of their employees at an appropriate level, they started to implement this international practice by compensating some costs, and all of that was perceived as fiscal facilities. So the costs of such facilities in Moldova became much higher than the cost of the same facilities in Romania. So now I'd like to ask a question to Alex. These one-time aid to 2,500 lei, what is it supposed to cover? And what's the business practice about providing this practice? Just one detail. Is it repeated? I mean, will it come over every year? Can it be kind of extended over the year of 2021 if a person is hired in 2021? What if the amount is given in advance and that person, that employee, leaves the company? Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm sorry I couldn't get physical education now. Maybe next time. Thank you very much, Lilia, for your question. Actually, it was on my list of presentation of Romania, this support that is about 500 euros. This is one of the government to the business community to facilitate this experience for the employees of transition to remote work, and because this is how it is regulated in the Romanian legislation. This was a one-off aid, and its designation was to cover the employees' expenses related to furniture and office equipment that they need at home. So it was given one time, like you sort of set up an office one time, and that's investment in 1 month, but that will help the employee for some time. That was the thinking behind it. That's state support. So the employer that was giving this facility to the employee, the state was financing this expense. It wasn't in any condition. It wasn't valid for every employee or every employer. There were certain conditions that needed to be fulfilled in order to qualify for this facility. But it was very much appreciated anyway by the business community and by the employees who anyway needed to make these investments. So this was really welcome, especially in difficult economic conditions. It's good to know that this is not a randomly issued aid, and in order to be eligible, it is necessary to meet certain criteria or conditions. And the next topic I'd like to present makes a connection to the risks generated by the lack of regulation of remote work from fiscal point of view. And I would like to mention 2 risks: the risk of creating a permanent office and risks related to payment of salary, tax, and social security contributions in a foreign jurisdiction. We think that these 2 risks are applicable, especially since we strive towards globalization, which means the limits where there are no limits from where you can provide your services based on an individual employment. You could be an employee of Romania, but deliver from Moldova, or the other way around. So all of these aspects would generate these fiscal risks that I mentioned. So let's take it one by one. The risk of creating a permanent office. Every jurisdiction, every legal jurisdiction has certain criteria that condition the establishment of a permanent office. And one of the criteria would be the person that provides the service in a physical jurisdiction generates income in the same physical jurisdiction, which means, talking about a specific case, the employer is in Ireland, the employee was hired by that Irish company, but is located in Moldova, works in a project, and I was talking to my colleague Yuri, and they provide, let's say, a software support service for a client from Moldova, which means the employer in Ireland generates income in Moldova through this employee of theirs who is physically on the territory of Moldova. These situations certainly raise questions, and most tax authorities have 1,000 questions about how this co-relationship should be addressed, and it is necessary to have a dialogue between business community and state authorities on how should we do to help both the employer and the employee to work in this online way without having the risk to generate some taxes. And then the risk regarding the notion of a resident, because there were situations when expats or employees from our residence country were blocked for more than 180 days in another country without their will. So there is the risk of treating the tax residence of an individual. So how do we address this risk from fiscal point of view? I mean, if there are tax treaties between the involuntary country of tax residence of the person and the country of economic operator, that's good. But even if there is a tax treaty, that does not necessarily cover this topic, and it means that this risk is open. And the good aspect of this session is not that we are finding solutions. We don't have solutions to all of these risks. We just want to draw your attention to the fact that if you face such situations in your business environment, please get documented. Please make sure that you have read the treaty. Make sure that both the employer and the employee are aware of these risks. And then, speaking of risks related to tax, salary tax payment and social contributions, that is another very complex issue, because the main rule says that the state, the country of employees' residence should collect the social contributions. In our case with Ireland, in the example, the individual is present in Moldova physically, but the employee-employer relationship is based on an individual contract with the legal entity registered in Ireland, where taxes, well, social contributions are effectively paid. What happens to Moldova? I mean, Moldova has an individual living in Moldova, but from social point of view, is discovered. Let's say it is discovered. So these risks are on the agenda of every economic operator who has similar situations. And again, it is necessary to have a dialogue with the authorities to address this risk in a correct way, in a proactive manner. Thank you very much. I would also like to add here, actually, that besides all of that, health and safety of employees comes first, and business continuity comes first. And as I said, this relationship between employer and employee is a complex process. It's important for both parties to win in this. And let's not forget about the state. Thank you very much, Julia, for the topics that you raised. This issue of digital nomads and the way this new concept of remote work influences the relationship between the service provider person and the tax authority of the country where the person conducts the activity, even though it's not the employing country. This topic will be discussed during today's session as well. We'll have a panel about this topic. It was sort of an avant-premiere of this topic because these are very valid topics. And Yuria, what do you think we should add from the perspective of things that happen in Moldova in case of remote working? Did you talk about the in-kind benefits like a car offered by the employer? Previously, it wasn't perceived as an in-kind benefit because it was used to go from job to work or to go to clients. But when it stays with the employee, but that person for half a year did not visit clients because everyone was working remotely. Does that become an advantage or not? Did we have similar issues? Does the legislation treat this thing somehow? What do you think should be mentioned in this respect? First of all, thank you for your question, and I would like to thank AmCham for this second event. Good job. Thank you for the information you presented. It's, as always, elaborate. And speaking of Moldova, the question with transport that is paid, or the motor vehicles that stayed in the use of the employee who is on remote work. We call it remote work according to our legislation. That's Pandora's box. No one opened it. The tax code doesn't cover it, and it's very vague, and in reality these expenses are necessary. So the purpose of every entrepreneur, of every company, is to have employees in a good shape who can think, who can work. And in this case, the need of not using public transportation when it is crowded and would better lose more money to pay for taxes or give them a company car to use. The company is winning in this case, actually is gaining. And the question is whether the tax authority in the subsequent audits in 2 or 3 years from now, will they remember this? Will these expenses be deductible, or will there be questions like, what do you mean by that? I mean, we were using public transportation and you were using otherwise. So in this case, well, the biggest purpose of every entrepreneur is to make profit. But in COVID circumstances, the purpose was to reduce losses. And the persons, if a person is in hospital, that's a loss for a company. And paying them a bit more now, recovering for some expenses, it means that I will make bigger profit in the future. And we should not forget about that. What did the state do? Our state, finally, in May 2020, entered a new chapter into the labor code about remote work. So far, we just had a chapter about working from home, coming back from 2003, and it was about processing something at home. So it finally came. We said that we need to have something in the tax code as well about that, or in the government decision that will give us certainty. So that, meaning that we will not wake up one day that in 2 or 3 years from now it will be treated in a different way by the tax officers. I always believe that the ones who know to calculate best are the entrepreneurs, their costs, or if they give something additional to their employee, that is up to them. And the state should understand that, because in the situation where the work stopped, we moved to remote activity, civil servants also worked in a way on shifts, 50% in the office, 50% working from home. And in this case, everyone understands what work from home means. And we need to have a table, a desk. If someone has a separate room to have it as an office at home, unfortunately, not everyone has. And again, you have children studying online, and we have some costs to cover anyway. I am happy for my colleagues from Romania who got this subsidy, let's say, from the state based on certain criteria. For us, it was a bit more difficult. At the same time, the state created some additional subsidies, not for remote work, but I hope that will come. So we are asking for dialogue. We have all gone through this, and only by dialogue and discussions we can find common ground. Another question mentioned by Lilia was about the treaties. In reality, we have 50 treaties to avoid double taxation, but we have only 18 about social contributions. So this is the second wave of questions that might rise. Lilia gave an example where a citizen of Moldova stayed while working in Ireland, came back for vacation and got stuck here. But let's suppose an international company has a financial director from the Netherlands who stayed for 1 year while working from home from the Netherlands. And then we have a question, how do we proceed to make it correct? What is that? Permanent representation office for a company? How do we tax that correctly? Maybe we really need to change the employment contract and have a service provision contract, and the company would tax differently this relationship. I think this is a discussion about permanent representation of the company and former expats, and I think we'll have a broader discussion about that. This is something that should be viewed not only by Moldova and the country where the employer is, but it has to be viewed by both countries at the same time, and that is important. It is important to understand both the side of the employer and employee, because we all want that the country where we want the states of both employer and employee to prosper. And if the employees are to be loyal to the company, they need to be paid respectively. And in this case, we all need to generate a better, more prosperous life for the countries where we are. Thank you very much, Yuri. Indeed, it feels like it is necessary to have discussions with tax authorities in order to clarify these things. Because maybe one day when we get rid of this pandemic, for them not to forget what we went through and to look from a different perspective at all of the efforts that employers made in their relationship with their employees, from their desire to protect their health and to protect their business ultimately. So, Alex, it was mentioned in the previous discussions, the difference dependent or independent work. I know that in Romania, this topic was on the agenda 5-6 years ago. We also had a tax amnesty, sort of an annulment of debts that could be determined retroactively for the companies. So, and in in the current situation, we have a very big difference between taxation of dependent work compared to independent work, and this change of the relationship between employer and employee, as I said at the beginning, from time-based towards project-based and result-based work. So how do you think, what should be said from Romanian perspective about this? Do we also need the dialogue with the authorities toward these problems, or to go towards that way to tax everything that is earned and not to look at how it is earned? Because this difference, as Caroline was saying before, this differentiation leads to a separation or a choice depending on the system, based on tax advantages and not based on a specific commercial relationship between the parties.
Este veche, se discută de mulți ani de zile și cred că tema clar că depășește.
So indeed, we have been discussing about this for many years already, and I mean the discussion or difference between employed and freelancer. And these discussions are very much, or the situation is very much influenced by the difference tax treatment. For example, the salary taxes reaches about 43% in Romania. If you are a freelancer, you can manage your business in a way that your tax rate is somewhere between 15 to 20%. It could be even lower, between 10 and 15%. And we have another category. If you are a freelancer that established as an LTD, the tax can drop to 6%. So we have 33, 15, and 6%. So we can, if we are comparing the alternatives, we can see how fiscal opportunism could be pursued. As you said yourself, Dan, this differentiation was a topic debated publicly, and a lot of tax inspections found that this situation was misused, and very often when people declared to be freelancers, were a masked form of employees. So even criminal files were opened on such matters. During the pandemic, certain trends exacerbated. So these differences of tax treatment have not changed. The Romanian government did not do anything with the tax legislation. Moreover, provided more tax facilities, including for remote work. And they offered other facilities compared to the 2,500 lei that Lilia and others mentioned. And so we have millions of people who since March started to work at home, having lots of time, so free time that they could not use to go to the cinema, travel, or what they could do. Many of them found a parallel work, sometimes remunerated. So I speak mainly about IT professionals that can find very easily projects and implement them in parallel with their job. People found other sources of income. Some of them lost their job. That's why they were kind of forced to become freelancers. But this problem did not disappear. Some people who work from home, are they genuine freelancers, or according to real criteria, they are actually employees and should be taxed as employees? As far as I know, the tax authorities established 5 years ago some clear rules what dependent and independent work means. So I think the same criteria can be used today. I think in Romanian we need to refresh that dialogue so that we understand this phenomenon of freelancing that emerged now, encouraged by this situation, by the possibility to work remotely. So how we should interpret it and how tax authorities should interpret it. We also had a tax amnesty, tax moratorium, and we saw that the tax authorities did not apply so many sanctions as in the previous time, because there is an understanding that now the business should survive, and our goal is not to collect money into the state budget. But in Romania, the inspections can cover the past 5 years. So you should understand that until 2025, the inspections could check also the pandemic period. So these inspections should be conducted using the filters of the pandemic realities, and it's necessary to determine clearly what was done. So it's necessary to re-educate both the inspectors and taxpayers, and with regards to this differentiation between dependent and independent work, a refresh is needed. Also, I think it's not necessary to totally rethink the legal framework, but what should be done is to remind to all stakeholders this differentiation, because again, the pandemic is still ongoing. It has not ended yet, but remote work will stay. In 5 years, even if the pandemic ends, remote work will remain with us. It was proven that you can stay at home as you did it in the past 1.5 years and be as efficient and contribute to the economic development. So this practice will not disappear. And I don't think that when the pandemic ends, everything will go immediately to the pre-pandemic situation. Yes, thank you, Alex. Indeed, the criteria introduced in the tax code regarding the dependent and independent work should be reviewed, because we used to discuss about the possibility to choose the play of work or the time of work. So in case of remote work, this cannot be dictated by the employer. And also regarding the assets, when it was clear, then the office, the equipment of the employer was used. Whereas in case of remote working, this goes on the field of the employees. So they use their computers, they pay for the electricity costs and so on. So I think everything should be rethought to see how this is aligned to the new realities. Thank you very much. Stefano, how Brussels sees these things? What is your opinion from the perspective of what is happening in the western part of Europe? So we heard the perspective from a conclusion, I would like to formulate a recommendation. So during the pandemic, we have noticed that world countries, especially in Europe, member states look at each other, what the others are doing, whether it works or not. So they are comparing themselves, even what we've introduced in Romania. One of the facilities use the original term from Germany, Kurzarbeit, which means short work. And of course, we copied the practice from Germany. So during the pandemic, there is a high level of international comparison among states. So it's very important for governments to do the same, to continue to do the same with regards to remote working, to see what practices are worth implemented in our countries, be it Romania, Moldova, or Hungary, because a number of experiments, we can even call them social or fiscal or legal experiments that have been done. This visa for digital nomads, 6 countries have already implemented it in EU. In Romania, there are some attempts. There are all sorts of initiatives. And of course, the government of Moldova, I believe, is also analyzing the initiatives of other countries. And I believe that in the next period, which I hope will be more relaxed, and hopefully after this last, we hope it's the last wave of pandemic, we'll enter the post-pandemic era. So we should not forget about the lessons learned. We have to analyze the experience of other countries, to learn from their experience, to find the best practices in order to adjust ourselves to the new forms of work. Thank you. Yes, Alex, indeed, I believe no one has the perfect solution to what is happening now in the world. So yes, indeed, we have to learn from each other. And if we see a good solution somewhere, we have to take it over, because things are changing quickly. So I believe it would not be the case for each country to invent something from scratch. We have to see what works, and then we will move much quicker. And I think the business community has a role to play as well. They could come with solutions to authorities, because I think they can learn from each other much quicker. For example, they can tell authorities what works well in other countries and suggest to implement the same, because indeed authorities have a lot of worries. Maybe the level of their interconnection is not as interactive as in the business community for them to find out quickly about the best practices. So I believe here we can see the role of the business community to find out quickly about the practices and to communicate them to the authorities. Thank you very much for your participation in this panel. The discussion was very interesting. We will continue after a short break, a break of about 10-15 minutes. And we will continue with the next topic. Again, very interesting. It's about the tax policies and their macroeconomic effect. Thank you very much to all speakers. Thank you for everyone who watched us so far. And we are inviting you to stay with us after the break.
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru toți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cele două ediții a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru TES. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect tot o să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
title at the university, you should tell me when you will have the chance to speak with us. And we have Mykolai Stasiak, who is a state aid expert, owner of Easy State Aid, and he will help us to understand a bit better everything which is connected with the tax expenditures, which was so much discussed in previous sections. So I will start with William Morris, who will help us to understand a bit better how tax policies are shaping business decisions and vice versa. William, we know that you have your experience in government, in public, in OECD organization, I mean on transnational organizations. You could definitely share with us some wisdom on that. Would you please join our discussion with that?
Yeah, thanks very much, Veronica, and thank you very much for inviting me. I think by announcing all that, you simply told people how old I am, but that's fine. I can live with that. It's a great pleasure to be back. I very much enjoyed last year's conference. This year's conference seems to be going very well. Very well. People are enjoying it. Next year, maybe, fingers crossed, it'll be in person. So I will look forward to that if you'll have me back. But let me try and address this issue, because this interaction between how businesses feel about tax and their tax affairs, and how governments feel about it, and how the two interact and shape not just tax policy but business decisions is a really important one for businesses to understand, for many of the people, for many of your members, trying to figure out what it is that's going on. And I think it's also important to make clear that there are outside influences, politics in particular, revenue needs we've seen a lot of as well. So, you know, there are a number of things which go into the mix. But let me deal specifically with the two that you've mentioned, and I'm going to do that in the context quickly. I promise you, in the context of a couple of major things which are going through at the moment. So the first is what's going on in the US in terms of US legislative developments. A new presidential administration. As you all know, President Biden has very different priorities to President Trump. We had tax legislation 4 years ago, which reshaped, in particular, international taxation. And that, in turn, reshaped the way that businesses thought about, really, in some senses, their business models, how they did business. The ability to repatriate more income to the US meant that more income was repatriated to the US. That hasn't all shown up in reinvestment figures, but to be sure, some of it has done. And likewise, some of the incentives which were in that previous legislation to repatriate intellectual property, IP, to the US, for example, have resulted in that. A number of very significant, some of the largest tech companies in the world have, this is all public, have repatriated a lot of their IP to the US. And that has changed, in some senses, the way that they do business. Nevertheless, as we move into this current phase of legislation, which is just moving through the lower house of the US Congress at the moment, the House of Representatives, it's equally clear that tax policy is shifting potentially in other directions, that there is a move to raise the minimum tax rate, that there are more restrictions on intellectual property, the tax rates are going to go up. And you know, that in part is caused by the perception of business actions, that too much is going on overseas, that you know, the administration wants to encourage this activity to come back. That will have, in turn, impacts on how business works, depending on exactly how the details are. There are, strangely and perversely, going to be some incentives to move business offshore. And there are also other possibilities where if the tax rate goes up a certain amount, it becomes more profitable for non-US headquartered companies to own businesses, and therefore there will be deals, transactions you'll see where there may be offshoring. So it's going to, the interplay between these two isn't always the way. It doesn't always work out the way business thinks it's going to, but likewise, it doesn't always work out the way the government thinks it's going to either, and that's why macroeconomists like Silver and others are very important in this process to point out to the politicians who are the policymakers exactly what some of these effects can be, intended and unintended. So that's what's going on in the US. We'll know better in a month probably what's going to happen, but one would expect, I think at this point, to see the corporate tax rate go up from its current 21% maybe to 26, 27, maybe to 25, probably more likely 25, we would expect to see the minimum tax rate go up. And I'll come back to that in a second when we talk about the OECD briefly. We would expect some of the incentives for intellectual property to be changed. And we would expect to see probably more action against inbound investors into the US. And again, what are the impacts of that going to be on inbound investors? Is the US such a large market that the US can basically legislate whatever it wants to do and have no impact on that investment? Or actually does there come a point at which it becomes simply less profitable to invest in the US? And, there are questions there as well, which, again, I'm not going to even pretend I'm an economist, but I've now spoken to enough clever economists to reflect their glory occasionally. But, there are equally differences between greenfield investments and between additions to current investment. And those two can be different things, and those can be affected in different ways by tax policy, depending on whether you look at the effective tax rate, depending on whether you look at the average tax rate, depending whether you look on at marginal tax rates. So, again, all of these things that folks like Mike Dever at Oxford and others have worked on for a long time, which does have an impact. So that's the US. Let me talk about the OECD, because obviously what's going on there could potentially have a significant impact as well. So in terms of Pillar 1, this is a project which started off as an attempt, a recognition that business models are changing, particularly in certain areas which were becoming much more heavily digitalized. And this is not just about tech companies; it's about all types of companies that are digitalizing, which have the ability to operate more remotely than they did before, not to have a significant amount of presence, sometimes no presence at all, to be able to conduct business over the internet, those types of things. That's where the project started off. The project has morphed now into something really quite different, which is taxation, at least for the moment, on basically the 100 most profitable companies, corporate groups in the world, which is different to the original thing. Again, we'll know much better next month how this is going to turn out when the G20 finance ministers meet. But this reallocation of income to market jurisdictions, which is at the heart of Pillar 1 and the so-called Amount A, could have some significant impacts. At the moment, because the thresholds are very high and it only affects the very largest corporate groups, perhaps it will, perhaps it won't. But there will come a point at which reallocating income to markets, and therefore to some extent away from where the traditional factors, the Dempsey factors, for example, where intellectual property is developed, where the innovative activity occurs, where risk is held, where management functions are, all of those things will have an impact on investment and will have an impact on the way that businesses think about things. It is possible that businesses may shift as a result of this, some of their activity towards those market jurisdictions in order to ensure that there isn't too much allocation away from one place to another. They may also, by moving into those jurisdictions, be able to secure more incentives in those places. On the other hand, it may also simply just impede investment. So again, we don't know. But the interaction between the two of these things, and particularly when the tax policy principle is unclear or changes, makes it hard for business to plan out. And that in turn just has a general chilling effect on cross-border trade. And, there are folks who don't like cross-border trade, to be sure. But, equally, I think that most of the economic evidence shows that even if there are adjustments which need to be made, that a business which also invests overseas creates value in both of the places in which it does business, both in the home country and in others. Okay, so that's it. On Pillar 2, this is an interesting one because this is essentially a minimum tax, and it's meant to be a global minimum tax. This is something that the US did 4 years ago. To a certain extent, the rest of the world is catching up with it. However, the US may in turn make its own, as I was saying before, make its own minimum tax stricter than what the OECD is suggesting. Again, with minimum taxes, there's a question, what's it trying to achieve? What is it that it's concerned about? Is it concerned that businesses simply aren't paying enough tax around the world? Is it that they're not paying tax in the right place? Is it that countries simply want to put it selfishly, preserve their own tax base against deductions and various other things. And again, we don't know exactly how this is going to work out, but there is a definite impact again, not just on tax planning, but also on where people locate their operations. I mean, this clearly will have an impact on even real activities, perhaps in low tax jurisdictions, because there is no issue of substance in here. There's no exception for substance. It's simply a question of whether the tax rate is low or not. And very interestingly, for example, Estonia, as some of you will know, has a unique tax system because it taxes corporate income at 20% when it's distributed. It doesn't tax retained earnings. And that's a policy decision to encourage businesses to retain their earnings, to reinvest them. This pillar 2 will dramatically affect that. It will essentially negate that policy decision. What does that mean for Estonia? What does that mean for investment in Estonia? Again, we don't know, and we'll need to see what the final product looks like. But again, those interactions between countries' business models, between these investment issues, and between growth or indeed shrinkage in cross-border trade and investment is important. And then, as I'm just about to go over time, let me just very briefly mention, because I know this is going to be dealt with in much more detail later. Again, in terms of tax policy and the way the businesses think about things, the way the governments think about things, this mix of revenue and trying to encourage activity, a lot of what's going on in the green space at the moment, particularly in the EU, but not just in the EU, in relation to carbon taxes, to CBAM, and to various other things. Again, this is meant to have, in this case, in addition to raising revenue, is meant to have an effect on business models. It is meant to promote decarbonization. It is meant to do a whole series of things. Now, as we know from looking at the past, there will be unintended consequences. We don't know what those unintended consequences are. The skeptics of some of these things would say, well, look at electricity prices in northwestern Europe at the moment, which have spiked considerably. There are big transition issues here as well. There are fairness issues when it comes to imposing these taxes because they can be terribly, terribly regressive. So again, there needs to be thought about compensation for that. So again, enormously complex, but the impact and the sort of the push and the pull between tax policy, between what governments want, between what they think they intend, between what businesses do, and how businesses ultimately exercise the one thing which they can do, which is to invest or not invest, is complex and is worth watching. So let me stop there, Veronica.
That you will be very, very focused exactly on what you want to say. I was just wondering one single thing. I know that it is probably you need to leave us before the end of the session. That's why let me ask my question now.
Of course.
You mentioned Estonian example and about their zero rate for investment. Basically, our authorities here in Moldova is considering also to hear us and introduce something like that in Moldova. Because we are not part of the OECD, how it will influence us? Should we be aware about this pillar 1 stuff that is now on a stage, or we should just take that into account and go on our own way? What do you think about that? What would you suggest?
That's a great question, Veronica, because I mean, and this is a very interesting and much wider question. And again, Silva can address this perhaps when he comes to speak about it. But one of the problems about this project is you have the so-called inclusive framework at the OECD, which is 140 countries who have dramatically different economic interests. I mean, the project, to be honest, is being driven by the G7. It's not being driven by all of the OECD countries. It's not even being driven by all of the G20. And what that means is that many of the people involved in this process, even those technically involved in the process, actually don't have much of a say in what's going on, what's being designed, and how it turns out. And certainly, a group like the African Tax Administration Forum, ATAF, for example, has made very clear its views that there's nothing great in Pillar 1 for the African continent, and actually there's not much which is great in Pillar 2 either. And therefore, I think one of the things we'll probably see is more activity in the United Nations. But to your specific question, I think the thing to do is to watch it, honestly. And it's not just an OECD thing. I mean, to be sure, there will be an OECD agreement, but I think at least as far as Moldova is concerned, given your near neighbours, including those right on the border, who are EU members, a lot is going to depend on what happens in the EU directive. And one of the interesting questions there is that we know that there are currently 4 EU members, although again only 3 of them are actually members of the inclusive framework. But Ireland, Hungary, Estonia, and Cyprus all have their doubts about this Pillar 2, which is the one which would affect the Estonian tax system. So it's unclear what an EU directive is going to look like on this. It's possible that Estonia could be satisfied with considerable delays or with some tweaks. Ireland may take something else. Cyprus is, nobody knows. Everyone knows that Cyprus doesn't like this, but Cyprus has kept very, very quiet. The one country which has not kept quiet is Hungary, and they have been very vocal in their opposition to Pillar 2. So it's unclear what a directive is going to look like. So I would certainly pay attention to what the OECD says, and we'll know that soon enough. We'll know some more details on October the 8th, and we should have the full set of rules by the end of the year. The French, who hold the next presidency of the EU starting in January, have said that they're going to push this through. So we'll see. There is apparently already a directive drafted, although I suspect that that's going to have to change when we eventually see what the Pillar 2 agreement is. But the French will try to push that through in the first half of next year, then presumably with a shortened transposition period, but still probably about 18 months. So something which might be effective in 2024, possibly quite a lot later. So I would watch both of those events, and those will be a guide as to what will be sensible to do, what will be possible to do. But I think it seems strange, does it not, that something which is intended to specifically encourage investment, real investment, not sort of fake paper shuffling, but real investment is something which could be discouraged. And again, that gives rise to one of the major criticisms of this project, which is that in the end, this is about very large countries protecting and, when they can, enhancing their own tax base, potentially at the cost of everybody else.
Agree. That means that it is the decision of our authority to consider or disconsider, but I think we will speak a bit more about that with our special invitee in the moment we will have our Q&A session. Thank you very much for your very valuable insights. I think all of us now are getting more ready about what is going on the international level with this link between business activity and policy makers and so on. Yep. Thank you very much, Will. I would like to switch to our next speaker, to our guest from Italy. This time Will was from US, now we move to Italy. Our guest from Italy, I'm referring to Maricla Penesi, whom I introduced like European tax coordinator and head of tax Italy, Anderson. But as I know, she is also a colleague and a great colleague of Will at everything which is connected with OECD. And that's why I think she will be very good in continuing, maybe in developing one of the aspects that are so discussed now also at the OECD and on international platforms. I'm referring to tax transparency and fairness as a crucial part of the sustainability goals, business and of the corporate responsibility. Maricla, you have the floor.
Thank you, Veronica. Thank you for inviting me also this year. It's always a great pleasure to be here, to be in this so outstanding panel. So the topic I have to talk about is strictly connected with the discussion already raised by Will, and how tax policy, how the international taxation are evolving in this always changing environment. And my point of view of the discussion is related to sustainability. Nowadays, as you may know, sustainability is really a trendy word, but for the business has a meaning and is more and more into the agenda of companies, since they have to know, they have to analyze if through the ESG, so environment, social, and governance goals, they may have business opportunity or potential the risk, and not only from an economic point of view, assuming that you are in the business of the plastic, and when the plastic will be banned, or like talking about carbon, how we need to realize the goal of the European Green Deal. So the business will be heavily impacted by this kind of tax policy and policy, generally speaking, based on ESG goals. This is from economic, but also from financial point of view, since ESG goals are also one of the major analysis to be made by the investment funds, by the investor, institutional investors or common investors looking at long-term investment. They have to know which might be the ESG policy of a company. Then also from a bank point of view, just as an example, in Italy, the major banks may lend money to PMI if they realize they meet 2 ESG goals they agreed upon at the signature of the loan. So more and more they can get a best interest rate due to the fact that they are ESG compliant. So having said that, this is extremely important, not only from, let's say, economic, financial, but also as a reputational point of view. Tax is part of such sustainability analysis that we need to do from a business perspective, since it is important to analyze how the companies are managing the tax risk, how the companies managing the tax obligation, and which are their tax strategies, since is the perception around the world and within the local community is the fact that aggressive tax planning may cause evasion, may cause reduction in paying tax. And this is perceived as potential disruption in terms of resources in the hands of the governments, and for doing new investment, for instance, in public infrastructure or to improve the national health system. So the connection of good taxpayer and good good citizen is really strict. And sustainability, I'm used to say that is a culture point of view. It's a culture beginning of a long journey in terms of how you have to shift from the concept of shareholder profit to stakeholder benefits. So the company should take into consideration how their behavior may impact the community where they live and how they make a contribution. So based on that, it is not just based on a dream or just an idealistic approach, since nowadays it's important also to have accountability for this kind of goals. And as you may know, at international level, we have also a global sustainability standards board who's launching a principle for such a sustainability accountability. And there is one that is ad hoc for taxation, and is GRI 207, where there is a clear disclosure of the management approach, of the company approach, how they pay tax, how much they pay. They analyze the CBCR report. They are looking into DAX 6 report. They look how they structure the business around the world, and if the tax computation and the tax they pay are fair enough. So fairness and transparency are basically the way how in the next future the company should be evaluated based on such principles. For taxation, I repeat, is GRI 207. But it's so important to know that this is a trend, but is a trend that is constantly increased. The fact that one of the most important rating company launched quite recently a call is ESG score predictor. So that means based on the sector, based on the size of the company, the market of the company, they make a prediction regarding ESG rate of a company. And if you are below this, including the way how you're perceived as a good taxpayer, this may impact your future in terms of doing business within the community, which rely upon, the compliance. So, having said that, the Pillar 2 and minimum tax is a way of moving forward with the concept that we have to pay fair tax wherever we are doing business. And this is one of the main commitment that the business should, let's say, have in the next future. This is part of sustainability, for sure. And they need to create trust and credibility. And for doing so, they have to provide compliance from a tax point of view. So all the, let's say, program around Europe, like in Italy, we have the cooperative tax compliance. In Holland, we have horizontal monitoring. And in Germany also, all those kind of programs that enhance the relationship, good relationship, a dialogue with the tax authority may help in structuring in a much more effective way this journey in becoming a very good taxpayer with a good tax practice, and so inspiring the tax policy. Since one of the points that I raised in discussing as American Chamber of Italy is to ask this kind of announcement by incentivizing the application of the compliance, the cooperative tax compliance, also for PMI, not just for multinational, in order to enhance, as I mentioned, the relationship with the tax authority, in order to clarify and have a better understanding about the tax obligations, since it is not just a matter of evasion or avoidance. Sometimes, especially in certain countries like Italy, the problem is tax certainty. The taxpayer has no clue sometimes what is good, what is not. Okay, so we should avoid to enter in this kind of gray area, and the best way is to become a good. Have a good relationship with the tax authority as well. Just as an example, how these things are moving so fast is the example of the so-called B team. The B team is an association with the multinational company. We have, from an Italian perspective, Enel, and we have from France, Kering, then we have Allianz, Unilever. So they are part, and they sign like an MOU to become part of such ESG from a tax perspective. So they would respect the responsible tax principle that have been set by the United Nations. So this means they are together in order to be compliant, to be committed to issue a good tax policy. So this is absolutely a trend, and is not just a dream. This is for reasonable and for responsible business in order to get much more effective tax policy, and together with the achievement of ESG goals. These are for sure a priority, not only for the public, but also for the business.
Absolutely agree with you, Marika. Thank you very much for this very in-depth introduction in the concept of fairness and the right competition that is now so much discussed on the OECD platforms. And as we've learned today, not just on OECD platforms, at least for me, it was something that it is absolutely a new information. And I hope in our Q&A session, we will get a chance to share with you what is Moldovan experience with the honest taxpayers, let's say like that. We would definitely share with you. Who knows? Maybe it could serve like a good example further when you will present your case on other platforms. For now, I will stop it here with discussing this particular question, despite the fact that it is absolutely an interesting point of view, and I think a lot of our businesses in AmCham, and not just in AmCham, will resonate a lot with this concept of fairness, because they are doing everything right. Why they should? If they could be rated for that, that is fun. Then this is fine. Okay, thank you, Marika, one more time. Let's move on to our next speaker. We are moving to Zaverio Silver, who is a tax policy expert or specialist at the Ministry of Finance at Uganda. I've referred to him, and I mentioned that he is almost a PhD of a US university, almost because everything what he has to done for that, but he has his final certificate, I know. Okay, Silver will help us to understand a bit better the impact of changes in excise taxes on firm sales revenues, profits, and government revenues. So by being a researcher, let's see how it's look from the research part of the activity. Silver, you are more than welcome to join our session.
Right. Thank you very much, Veronica. I hope I'm loud and clear. And let me help you clarify that, yes, I was at a US university, the University of Minnesota. My degree was in applied economics and was awarded at the end of last month. So today, everyone is talking about global taxes. Yes, that is not a new agenda to the world that I work in. That is a developing country government, or the African continent in general, if you want. So much as the discussion on global minimum tax has been going around the world, countries on the sub-Saharan continent have been focusing on what we call domestic revenue mobilization strategies. And these strategies generally include ways that can help these countries actually also improve their tax bases. But of course, we know that the effectiveness of most of the changes that they may make to improve their tax bases depends on the ability of tax administration to actually implement them. And then sometimes they may make changes, but you're not quite sure whether those changes are actually having the intended impact. There could be some unintended consequences that may come as a result of changing some of these rates, largely because businesses are actually changing their behavior along the way. They might choose to basically declare relatively lower output, or actually produce lower output, not just declare lower output, but produce lower levels of output, because maybe the tax is very punitive. Oh, well, but the tax that we're focusing on today is what you might call an excise tax. Well, this is commonly known as a tax on sin goods. Some people call it a tax on sin goods. Examples of some of these goods include cigarettes, include beer, include wines, and Moldova has good wine, include some of those wines. So there have been changes on on the rates that are actually applicable to some of those goods. So the objective of actually putting in an excise tax is likely to minimize consumption. That is the traditional way of trying to limit consumption of certain goods, or goods that governments may look at as, may have harmful effects. Some people may not actually consume them. So in the process of doing that, do they actually focus on only limiting consumption, or they're also driven by increasing the revenues that may actually come out of such goods? So the belief is that if the demand for such goods is relatively inelastic, then you can actually expect revenues to increase once you raise rates. But that may not necessarily be the case, because if you do misjudge the elasticities of some of these goods, then you will increase prices. That when you increase the tax rate, the prices go up, and some of them become unaffordable to certain group of people. So if the objective is to reduce consumption, then you might say, yes, you're attaining the objective. But if the objective is to raise revenue, then at the end of the day, you realize that once you increase prices and some people are unable to consume the goods that are actually being produced, then the companies that produce these goods, which could be tobacco companies, could be companies that make beer or make wine, are basically going to see a bigger drop in their output. And once that output drops, we're going to see a decrease in sales, a decrease in profits, and governments may not actually get the revenues that they actually intended to get. So what I want to talk to you about today is basically to see, if you do change excise rates, are you actually seeing an increase in government revenue? Are you also seeing what actually happens to business profits when you actually increase some of these rates? The evidence I have is basically coming out of changes that were done in Uganda in about 2015, 2016. You might say, yes, this is Uganda, but we're talking about Moldova, and we're also discussing some other countries. But this is the methods used in the work I do can also actually be applied to Moldovan companies. And then you can actually be able to see whether what we find in Uganda can basically also be the same thing that you might find in Moldova, and also some evidence that comes out of the US seems to suggest that once you increase taxes on cigarettes beyond what is optimal, you will basically find that people go to nearby tax jurisdictions and buy some of those goods from those areas. So in a sense, the governments may not actually get the intended revenue that they wanted to get, but you might also see that we're constraining outputs of some of these companies, and the profits are actually decreasing significantly. Now, for the case of Uganda, we look at some businesses, so for the manufacturers of beer, the manufacturers of wines, and those people basically trade in fuels or gasoline, if you like. Those people basically experience a change in taxes. Some of the changes were about as large as 5 percentage points, and some of them were as large as about an increment of about $3 or something like that per unit of output. So, for example, cigarettes, they saw a change of about $2 per 1,000 sticks that they produce. So the idea here was basically be able to estimate the impact of those changes on our farm sales revenue, on their profits as well. Basically, the evidence I do find seems to suggest that 1 year after the tax change, we basically see that their farm sales revenue did decrease by about 11%. And then the second year post the tax change, basically see that these revenues further dropped by about 20%. Of course, once we see a decrease in sales revenue, you might become suspicious and say, what actually happens to profits? Given that these data are actually available in the corporate tax returns, also look further into that and then find evidence that seems to suggest that profits for some of these businesses actually dropped by about 27%. That's quite a big drop over the change in time over that particular period. So when you go back to the ultimate objective, was the objective to raise revenue or was the objective to discourage consumption? If the objective was to discourage consumption of some of these goods, then you might say, yes, we're seeing a decrease in output, and we're also seeing a decrease in profitability of some of these farms. Maybe people are not consuming the goods anymore, but it could also be that people are substituting in a way and consuming from other markets, or having basically consuming some of these goods illegally. Now, then of course, the natural question is that what happens to government revenue? Are we actually seeing more revenues coming in? So we do look at what happened to excise taxes that came to the Ugandan government around that same time from those products that actually experienced a change in tax. We actually see that the revenues did decrease quite significantly. The evidence I find suggests that the revenues decreased by about 80%. Now, from a research point of view, I kind of go out and ask colleagues that were in charge of making some of these changes whether the objective was to raise revenue. They indeed state that the objective was to raise revenue. Now this becomes quite contradictory, because you wanted to raise revenue by adjusting rates and increasing the scope of what you're calling excisable goods, but the revenue is actually decreasing significantly. Now, what's actually going on here? The policymakers basically hurting the companies much more than they thought they would. So what I ended up concluding is more like the rates have actually been increased beyond what is optimal. So any further increase is actually hurting the companies more than the government intended. The government of Uganda intended to raise revenue, but we're actually not getting any revenues out of it. On the other hand, we're seeing a significant decrease in the sales revenues of cigarettes, of beer companies, and also seeing a decrease in their profitability. So the biggest recommendation that seems to come out of this, and I think this is also applicable to most jurisdictions that actually have excise taxes, is that if you want to discourage consumption, then yes, go ahead and alter the excise tax rates. But if you want to raise revenue, use other tax tools that are actually available to the government. If you have a value-added tax, use it. If you have a personal income tax, adjust those if you're really interested in actually getting revenue. Because if you do adjust the excise tax rates, you're creating more distortions than the economy can actually handle. And this will actually drive businesses in the ground, which you didn't actually intend to do in the beginning. All right. So in a nutshell, that's what this paper on the effects of changes in excise tax rates on farm profits and sales revenues and government revenue seems to tell us. And this is evidence that only comes out of Uganda. But the methods could actually be applied to other countries like Moldova. If you're basically trying to evaluate your changes in excise rates and basically seeing whether they are giving you, whether you're attaining the intended objective, whether it is to increase rates or whether it is to increase revenue or to discourage consumption of those specific goods. All right, I will stop here, I guess, and hand over to you back, Veronica.
Very much, Silver. It seems that you decide to do it very, very quickly because our translator has some issues. We translated it into Romanian, so I hope the one who is listening on Romanian channel will get the ideas that you shared with us. Anyway, we are very thankful to you. And by the way, if you have these results of your research, share it with us. We would definitely like to have it, and I think our authority would like to take a look on what exactly are the results of these particular findings that you've announced a bit earlier. I would go deeper here because excises is one of the exciting things in taxes, but let's keep it for our Q&A session, and let's switch to Mikolai Stasiak, who is a state aid expert. And I know that Mikolai was engaged in some projects here in Moldova with some exemptions that we have here, and try to find the link between those exemptions and state aid and put it together with some obligations that we have during to the EU directive. But as I know, Mikolai not plan to speak about that basically, but generally about the link between the tax exemptions, state aid, and other very interesting stuff. So Mikolai, could you please join our discussion now?
Thank you very much, Veronica. Indeed, I am not an expert in taxes, but thanks for the invitation. I'm going to say something nevertheless, and I hope it will be an interesting thing. I have a little presentation, and I'll try to share it because I'm going to speak about something that is even difficult for me, and therefore it will be good for everybody to follow easily. Please give me a second. The thing is that we're going to speak about state aid and taxes, and state aid is a phenomenon that is well known, especially in the European Union. But it does not mean that this is not also well known in Moldova, for example. As Veronica said, we've been participating together in some projects where tax and state aid met. I hope everybody can see the presentation now. I will try to say a few words about state aid first as an introduction. In the EU law, the state aid is an advantage, which is a selective measure and which basically has state origin. It can be granted only to undertakings in any form, and it is normally forbidden because it distorts or threatens to distort competition. And at the same time, it impacts trade between member states. This state aid described like this in the EU is also present in all countries of the world. It's just that in the EU, it is forbidden because of the negative consequences it creates to functioning of the internal market. Please also see that in Moldova, Article 339 of the Association Agreement describes state aid in a very similar way as in the EU law, which means that also in Moldova, state aid rules, according to the association agreement, should be observed. Now, the link between state aid rules, as the state aid as described a moment ago, and taxes is created because although when it comes to direct business taxation, member states have autonomy and they can describe, design, and implement their tax measures the way they want, they have to remember that they must obey state aid regime, state aid rules which derives from the EU legislation. So although they normally create different direct taxation systems to boost development of the economy or to prevent the economy from the negative consequences, they must remember that very often these direct taxation systems that they are creating might indeed entail state aid. Now, as I said, in principle, state aid is forbidden in the EU. It cannot be granted by the member states because it's harmful to competition. Competition, it is a pillar of the internal market of the EU. However, in certain circumstances, the treaty itself, the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU, allows that state aid can be granted by the member states because apparently, albeit it is harmful to competition, it also brings about certain values that the market itself cannot bring. This means that indeed member states grant a lot of state aid in the form of exemptions, reductions, or deferrals. And as you can see here, the last data concerning state aid in the EU available is for 2019. And in 2019, around 134.6 billion euros was granted in the EU in state aid or as state aid. 1/3 of it was granted through fiscal measures, which means that operation on taxes, like tax exemptions, reductions, or deferrals, are extremely popular among the governments of the EU, and obviously among undertakings who are the beneficiaries of state aid. Now, normally in the EU, the control of state aid belongs to the European Commission, which means that the European Commission must be notified about state aid measures, including in the fiscal forms. I say normally because there are some exemptions which we're not going to discuss today, which also means that from the point of view of state aid, direct business taxation is also controlled by the EU, also controlled by the European Commission. Sorry. Now, I said that the definition of state aid, which is well established in the treaty, means that this is an advantage which has a selective characteristics and which at the same time creates a competitive privilege to certain undertakings vis-a-vis other undertakings, which obviously has a negative consequences on the market of the EU. And normally it is, well, easy, well, this is too much to say easy, but this is pretty easy to say that such measures which are selective are state aid measures because they provide favorable treatment to some undertakings, whilst other undertakings are deprived of this privileged treatment and they must go on with their economic activity on the basis of their own strength without any assistance from the state or even more general from the public sphere. Selectivity, however, when it comes to direct business taxation, is not such an easy thing. Actually, selectivity becomes a very sophisticated phenomenon when it comes to direct business taxation because it's not so obvious when it comes to taxes whether selectivity is actually present. And this is why, because normally, or very often at least, member states introduce different tax measures which are actually addressed to a broader groups of undertakings. And when they are addressed to broader groups of undertakings, there is always a question whether indeed the selectivity takes place or not. Therefore, on the basis of the jurisprudence of the EU courts, there is a very peculiar system of analyzing whether indeed a given tax measure falls under state aid because it's selective. The first thing is that normally what is necessary is to establish the system of reference, then decide whether the system of reference, within this system of reference, there are differences in treatment between undertakings which are in comparable legal and factual situations, but then even more it is necessary to establish whether this different treatment is justified by the nature of the tax system itself. This all means that in the EU, when it comes to direct business taxation, it is necessary to first establish, as I said, the system of reference, or as we call it, the benchmark, on the basis of characteristic features like tax base, taxable persons, taxable events, or tax rates. Then, as I said, if the differences in treatment between undertakings are clear when it comes to undertakings in similar factual and legal situations, the so-called prima facie selectivity takes place. However, it is clear that such prima facie selectivity can be justified, as I said, by the very characteristics of the tax system, and it is very often given in literature and explanations of the European Commission that in the progressive nature of income tax, it is clear that some taxpayers pay less taxes and some taxpayers pay a lot more. This does not mean that the difference between their treatment is selective because they are treated differently as it is a result of characteristics of the tax system. Now, the fact that there is state aid attached to measures of direct taxation does not mean that state aid cannot be granted in the EU. In the EU, there are, as I said, special circumstances established already in the treaty on the functioning of the EU, which describe situations where member states can grant state aid to their undertakings However, normally they can only do that when they meet specified criteria. These criteria are normally specified by the European Commission. Sometimes they are specified by the by the member states in the Council, but normally these special characteristics of these special criteria that must be met, they allow state aid to be considered compatible with the internal market despite state aid is harmful to competition. These special criteria are normally established for different objectives of aid. For example, regional investment aid, state aid for research and development, state aid for environment, for training, for employment, etc., but also, for example, for restructuring of companies. Normally, and this is a rule indeed, state aid objectives with attached special criteria of compatibility of state aid do not relate to specific forms of aid. So member states have complete freedom, almost complete freedom, to use such forms of state aid they want, that are the best to address the needs of the undertakings. As I said a couple of minutes ago, indeed, operations on taxes are extremely popular because they provide very clear and identified easily advantage that has purely economic characteristics. Now, state aid, as I said, in general, it is a very powerful tool to influence economy, to boost positively, impact positively, but also to protect from negative consequences. For example, negative consequences of the pandemic. And this also means that state aid in the form of tax measures can be equally extremely useful, depending on the needs and depending on the characteristics of the situation. Actually, a lot of member states use tax exemptions as the most adequate measure to address their problems or their needs. Just to underline and sum up, indeed, however, as long as it is clear now, member states have autonomy when it comes to direct business taxation. They must, however, remember that there is a state aid regime hanging over the heads of the decision makers, and any special tax measure that is selective in nature must also meet state aid criteria in the EU legislation. I hope that this is, and I'm sure that this is also relevant for states like Moldova, for obvious reasons, for the fact that I mentioned there is this association agreement that pushes Moldova to approximate its legislation to the EU legislation as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. More than that, in our first introductory session that we have, our Ministry of Finance, Mr. Budiansky, mentioned, let's say, tax exemptions to be like a priority to consider, to think about it, to think about which should be maintained, which should be rid of, and so on. So your explanation with this link between the state aid and the tax exemptions are very exactly in the right moment in this particular conference, and going with the red line with other sessions that we have a bit before. Thank you very much. Let's continue this discussion if we will have any questions during our Q&A session. And I will switch to our last speaker for today, Dan Manolescu, who we already heard in our presentation, and I will switch to Romanian if you don't mind. I will give you several seconds just to readjust your connection to be sure that you can follow me in the right way. Și cu Dan, noi o să încercăm să facem o...
So yes, we will try to make a summary of the policies on the, so let's put it like this, we will discuss both the visible and non-visible side of the tax policies and how they impact the business environment, but I will give the floor to Dan. Thank you very much, Veronica. So I will try to stem or to continue the idea of Silver about the collateral effects of an increase in excess rate with some concrete examples. Starting with the association agreement between Moldova and Romania, experience of Romania and other countries that joined European Union not so far in the past, because as Silver said in the analysis that they've done, revealed clearly that a sharp increase in excess taxes resulted in a loss of revenue both for companies and for the state. If the goal was to decrease consumption, as Silva said, it seems that the goal was achieved because the official sales decreased. But in reality, if we speak about such products as alcoholic beverages and cigarettes, the consumption decreases only officially in statistics, but in reality, it goes underground. And we've seen this in Romania and Bulgaria, Baltic countries, after joining the European Union, when a certain calendar to increase excess taxes was imposed. If the growth rate is too high, the revenue decreases, the jobs in industry decrease, the consumption stays the same, but it goes underground. If we're to take some concrete figures, as stated in the association agreement, we have the target to reach 90 euro per cigarettes until 2021. Now we have 42 euro for 1,000 cigarettes. So we have a very short period of time to reach 90 euro. It means doubling the excise rate in a short period of time. It means that the growth rate will be twice higher than the growth rates in the past period. So if we are to analyze the experience of Romania when we had to adjust the calendar, we had quite a long period of time. For example, Romania had 4 years to adjust the excise rate level. Bulgaria, the same 4. There was countries that had 5 or even 6 years. For example, Estonia, Lithuania. And the figures show that regardless of the duration, 4 or 6 years, this adjustment, accelerated adjustment of the excise level resulted in a sharp increase in the level of smuggling. And we had 54% in Lithuania, 36% in Romania, almost 50% in Bulgaria. We also speak about the geographical context. We speak about countries that have or used to have borders with areas where the excise levels was much lower. The production of cigarettes was very developed in those areas. So there were high temptation for smuggling. Yesterday, by the way, we had a severe incident in Romania with a plane that entered the airspace. That's a problem that will be addressed at the Superior Council, Security Council of the country. So it was a plane full of cigarettes that was not detected by radars. So I think that's an issue affecting the national security. So if we are to analyze what Romania has done in the past year on the basis of the statistical reportings that more than 54 million smuggled cigarettes were found, also big quantities of tobacco, unprocessed tobacco. So the level of smuggling in Romania is still high because, as I've said, we have quite a big border with Ukraine, because the problem with the plane was in the northern part. The plane came from Ukraine, and the risks are the same for Moldova. They have a border with Transnistria, so that's another interesting area. So the situation is serious here. So all of these adjustments should be done in a way that takes into account the context, both the geographical context and the economic context, the purchasing power, the capacity of consumers to adjust to these price increases, because we are discussing about some products that consumers are not ready to give up, and they will be looking for solutions. And if the solutions are easy to implement, then everybody will get involved, both producers and smugglers. So regarding these issues, I think that would be the main conclusion. In terms of elasticity and regarding what Silva mentioned, we have to take into account this when discussing increasing the tax levels. I think this is much more obvious when we speak about excise taxes, because the effect is visible very soon. Regarding practical aspects about the presentation of Nikolai with state aid, I would like to describe the experience of Romania. Some topics that are very sensitive but also important that had to be managed relatively recently, and some of them are still on the public agenda. As a general aspect, I would mention that, as I said earlier, state aid is any measure by which the state transfers or gives certain amount of money, leaves certain amounts of money to businesses. It could be a direct subsidy or a tax measure, meaning that they do not pay a certain tax or a portion of the tax. All these measures, both direct and fiscal, are part of the state aid. In Romania and also in the whole EU during the pandemic period, the states had to take some measures to support the businesses, including some facilities for remote work and other aid. Albert, we have discussed about this partial work, direct subsidies for the unemployed, when a part of the salaries of those who did not work because of the pandemic restrictions were covered by the state. All these amounts came from the state budget of EU funds, but these were state aid.
Permis, în sensul în care legislația europeană
allowed state aid in the context when the European legislation deemed this type of aid to be acceptable, because not all state aid is prohibited by the European legislation. The other way around, the European legislation was adapted in order to raise the caps until which states can give aid. And during that period of time, it was an increase in various areas, but overall it was from 800,000 euros of a maximum limit of state aid that a company could receive from a state to 1.8 million euros state aid that a company could accumulate by various or through various measures of support, whether they are budgetary or whether they are budgetary fiscal. Why did I explain that? Because Romania had an unpleasant experience, meaning that it had to pay in a specific case related to some Swedish investors who during the period they had some fiscal facilities according to an agreement for a unfavored area, meaning that some people who were investing in a specific area country, which specific area of the country that was believed to have some development issues, they were getting some customs facilities or lower profit taxes, and in the process of adhering to the EU, we had to cancel because they were treated as state aid that is not allowed by the EU legislation, as Nikolai was saying. But what happened afterwards? The investors invoked the treaty on protesting investments signed between Sweden and Romania, because Romania had, similarly to Moldova, a number of bilateral agreements. I mean, and Moldova has 18 or more, enough of them. So by invoking that provision in front of the arbitrary commercial court from Washington under the World Bank, so it's the world level court that rules on litigation. So what happened? After 5-6 years of trial, Romania lost in 2013. Initially, the amounts were like 85 million euros as damage, but with penalties and interest, they got to 300 million. Paradoxically, the moment when the decision was received in 2013 and Romania had to apply because it was a decision of an arbitrage court, the European Committee said that you can't give this state aid because per se it is state aid. So Romania was between a rock and a hard place, between two very strong entities. The European Committee's decision and the court's committees, one was saying give out the damage, and the second one was don't give it because it is state aid. So no matter if you pay them damages, it's still state aid. So after 5 more years, somewhere in 2019, where all this dispute got to the European Court of Justice, the initial decision of the European Committee was cancelled by the European Court of Justice, saying that the committee could not decide on aspects related to damages that were valid since before adhering to the EU, and Romania had to pay those amounts with other millions of in damages that collected during that time. So the situation is extremely delicate, and that's why I raised this issue, by the way, about facilities that are provided, withdrawn, which need to be very carefully assessed in the context of a future adherence to the EU, accession to the EU. We need to think very well about what we want to do, not only from a perspective of existing rules, but also future rules. Because as a bit, the speaker before me was saying, the rules in the association agreement are already forced to Moldova. And we were also talking about state aid to companies, and this way we touch another topic about potential facilities that generate problems in the relationship with individuals. They are not state aid by nature. Let's take an example. Facilities that Romania has in the IT sector. We have an IT exemption for salaries. So it's a facility that exists for last 20 years in Moldova. It was easy to offer that facility. It was a lower rate. And it's almost impossible to withdraw this. Based on it, we received requests for other categories of employees so that they could get a similar reduction of rate. And it was extended to researchers, and it's already in the law. Then it was desired to extend it to doctors and police officers. Then the things were quite simple because, I mean, since this is a facility given to certain categories of employees in the private sector, the idea of expanding this facility to the public sector was nonsense. I mean, the only solution if the state wants to do that is raise salaries for those categories of employees, because both doctors and police officers, at least maybe doctors not so much, but police officers, it's only hired by the state. So, and this intention that was formulated in a draft law was rejected because it's weird that the state gives its employees facilities while the solution would be just to raise their salaries. However, what happened next is that it was expanded to another category of employees 1 year ago in constructions. they didn't only give them an exemption on income tax, but also exemption on health contributions, extra 10%, and exemption or deduction for pensions. And we have, and it's paradoxical, people who work in constructions with high health risks, they are protected in the health system without paying health contributions, and the amounts that they get as salaries quite high, because this is applied to salaries up to 6,000 euros, because someone who gets a salary of 6,000 euros does not pay health contributions, but benefits of health insurance paid by someone with a minimum salary in economy, which is 400 euros. This leads to some weird disruptions in the market, and from practical point of view, they were easy to operate. I mean, they were provided overnight. The ordinance came, they were issued, and they are applied. The issue is how to lift them. I mean, once you give them, the ordinance says that they are set for 10 years. It seems yes, 10 years is far away, but 10 years will come and go, but the industry will, in 10 years from now, will be at a stage where the costs will grow overnight by 25% in terms of salaries. I mean, right away from next day. If tomorrow these exemptions are to be lifted, it's either the employee gets a 25% smaller salary, or they have to look for another job because losing overnight quarter of a salary is too much, or the employer will have to compensate that difference again overnight. And these things have to be fought over, and these kinds of facilities need to be analyzed not only from a perspective of giving them, but also about withdrawing them. What do we do when we offer it? What do we do while it offers? And what do we do when we cancel it? Or what kind of annulment calendar do we set? Because taking it away overnight is also complicated, because there is a budget when you provide it. It could be a budget, well, small or big, but the set guarantees, but there is a loss of revenue for the short term. But losing a facility leads to an economic growth. We've seen in constructions, it grew very much. In IT, the IT industry developed a lot in Romania in the last 20 years, and it really had second wave effects and so on. So the state has the possibility to absorb these things by giving facilities to certain groups in the economy, but we need to analyze what happens next at the level of economic operator or at the level of a person that overnight will be left without that facility. This is what I wanted to discuss about the effect of excise duties and state aid, because these things need to be fought in a broader context and analyze not only what happens right now when we offer that, but also how do we handle over time the removal of such facilities. Thank you very much, Dan, for this synthesis, for drawing these parallel lines with the situation from Romania. Very interesting developments, which are lessons to be learned. I wouldn't like our special guest to get bored in our panel. We're only receiving information. So, Mr. Norok, maybe you would like to comment on something that you've heard before. We would be glad if you did so. Thank you very much, Veronica. Dear colleagues, I need to say from the very beginning that I feel very comfortable here on this platform. We managed to gather a lot of knowledge and high quality experience that is useful both for the private and public sectors. And I'm glad to see that the business community, through your association, has a positive trend of investing in knowledge, especially in taxation knowledge. This easy for the business community to calculate and pay taxes correctly, and for the public sector to make political decisions about, well, including the ones discussed today. The topic is very interesting. Taxation policy versus economic growth and how it can improve. We've heard very good ideas, and the ones who well, some of them the Ministry of Finance is also thinking of, including fiscal facilities. So in a very brief way, in a very brief speech, I would like to share some opinions about economic growth and fiscal policy. In my opinion, there are two areas or two ways in which taxation policy can influence positively or negatively the economic growth. The first thing I want to make reference to, maybe it's not so tangible from financial point of view, but it is very important, is the effort of a business community to calculate and pay the taxes. How easy it is for the business community to understand the tax legislation, to fill out tax returns and to pay taxes. Now, it's part of a tax policy that doesn't need to be neglected, and it has to be improved continuously. That includes simplification and, besides that, I would like to say that another important thing is that tax legislation, similar to our laws, does not need to obstruct the economic growth, especially of innovations. That would be a black stone for us working in the public authority when certain people, young people, would like to develop a business, innovative business, but the tax or accounting legislation doesn't offer them solutions. That's why all the time we need to keep an eye on the business community, to keep in touch, to give them possibilities to develop. And an easy example, there are very relevant example. There are companies that are developing currently. They can't just carry around I have cash registers. One example would be the scooters. You can't have a cash register on every scooter used by the person. That's why we need to make sure that the public authorities go in the same rhythm of innovation. Another more tangible aspect discussed today is about taxation policy, level of taxation, facilities, and so on. I would like to split it again into two areas. One of them is related to the structure of the taxation system. What do we rely on? How do we ensure the competitiveness of our economy? And that would be direct and indirect taxes. The direct taxes are the ones that with a direct cost of a business community, and they affect the economic operators' cost. So we should think about that. Of course, we are limited to the proportion that we have today because most collections come from indirect taxes, from VAT and excise duties. But we need to think if there is room for maneuver so that we could reduce the costs related to direct taxes. A second thing, so first was the structure of taxation policy, and the second one, if it is necessary or not to diminish the tax burden. The first question we should ask ourselves here is whether those financial resources that are limited at state level, the private resources and the public resources, where is it better to use them in a more efficient way for the private sector or the public sector? Do we need infrastructure? Do we as a priority need to offer subsidies? These are questions that we need to answer, and based on which we need to decide on policies. And of course, my colleague Dan mentioned it very on spot. It's important for these facilities that are provided to be well targeted, and we should think in the medium term what happens to them. That's why the action that we believe quite efficient one would be to replace the fiscal facilities with some direct subsidies, with well-determined programs aimed at the business community. Another moment here is a hint for reflection is that VAT, where we have many facilities, but unfortunately in the legislation we don't have a right to refund in all of the cases, only for export and for some other products, for bread, bakery and dairy. But we should think in terms of structure, how it should be better. Should we keep these facilities or should we move on to VAT refund? All of them together, of course, need to ensure competitiveness of the economic operators for the business community, especially on international level. And all these tax policy measures, when we look at them, we need to see how do we change the behavior of economic operator if we want to do something? And over time, for instance, say we want to raise investment. Then we need to think, how do we change the behavior of economic operators to make them decide to invest as much as possible in an efficient manner? And how do we manage, being the public sector, to be a co-participant together with the private sector? All of that together, of course. That would be a second Blackstone. They should not influence the competition of companies. Two economic operators working in the same branch, their taxation should not depend on the way tax law is applied. They should both be in the same, under the same working conditions. This is what I had to say once more for inviting me and for the possibility to learn and to share information about taxation. Thank you very much. I think this synthesis that Dorel made is, well, I think it resonated a lot with the ones who are here and listened to what was discussed today. Right now, we don't have questions from the people who are with us online, and I don't see any raised hands in the room. So maybe are there any questions do we want to raise in the panel?
If not, dacă nu sunt careva întrebări, eu...
If there are no questions, I would like to thank you very much for accepting the challenge to discuss a topic that at first sight seems to be complex and very far from everything that is our day-to-day activity, but still it is a very important topic for understanding us what is awaiting us in the near or medium-term future. So thank you very much, and we will continue the conference with the last section for today. It will be a digital section, so I would like to ask you to stay with us, and in a couple of minutes we'll be back with the last section. Second section of a conference.
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerarea angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cea de-a doua ediție a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului, deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată în activitatea agenților economici din majoritatea ramurilor economiei naționale, într-o măsură mai mică sau mai mare. Anii 2020 și 2021 au fost ani în care am fost nevoit cu toții să ne adaptăm unui nou stil de viață, punând pe primul loc siguranța. Agenții economici au fost nevoiți să-și revadă procesele și sistemele interne pentru a garanta atât siguranța angajaților, cât și continuitatea afacerii. Implementarea acestui nou mod de lucru au generat o serie de provocări financiare și implicații fiscale. Au apărut o serie de cheltuieli noi, necesare, regimul fiscal al cărora urmează a fi concretizat. În cadrul conferinței, subiectul dat va fi abordat nu doar din prisma particularităților legislației locale, ci și din perspectiva țărilor Europei Centrale și de Est.
Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, care din blocurile de subiecte ce urmează a fi abordate sunt cele mai relevante pentru publicul conferinței? Mă refer la contabili, persoane interesate, directori financiari.
Toate subiectele abordate în cadrul conferinței reprezintă un interes sporit pentru comunitatea de afaceri. Pentru mine personal, pe primul loc stă subiectul impozitării persoanelor fizice. Veniturile salariale, veniturile pasive din străinătate, din Republica Moldova. Întotdeauna era important pentru toți. Regimuri speciale, tip care a fost implementat în Republica Moldova pentru domeniul IT, Moldova IT Park. Ce a fost rezolvat? Ce probleme nou s-au ridicat? Alte teme din acest subiect totul să fie interesante pentru a discuta. Vă așteptăm!
Pe partea de agenda a conferinței, ce va fi diferit față de ediția anului trecut?
În anul trecut, subiectele din agenda au avut un caracter mai general, cum ar fi impozitul pe venit, taxa pe valoare adăugată, accizele. Anul acesta, subiectele sunt targetate pe direcții concrete. Avem abordate aceleași impozite, dar dintr-un unghi mai specific, și anume aspecte specifice ce țin de remunerarea angajaților și impozitul pe venit aferent remunerării angajaților. Provocările cu care se confruntă Republica Moldova în procesul armonizării cadrului normativ al taxei pe valoare adăugată la cel al Uniunii Europene. Și un alt subiect nou din agenda din anul curent este legat de activitatea nerezidenților.
Doamna Veronica, care a fost argumentul care v-a determinat să organizați cea de-a doua ediție a e-TAXCON-ului?
Am decis să facem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului deoarece reacțiile după prima ediție au fost cele care ne-au înaripat să mergem în acest exercițiu mai departe. După prima ediție am fost abordați de mai multă lume, atât din membrii noștri, cât și din cei care au participat din alte țări, care ne tot ziceau că ar fi bine să fie abordat un subiect sau altul în edițiile ulterioare. Zis și făcut, am zis că hai să avem o ediție ulterioară. Așa am ajuns să avem o a doua ediție a TAXCON-ului.
Secțiunea specială cu președinții comitetelor pe fiscalitate se referă la munca de la distanță și efectele ei fiscale. De ce ați optat pentru a discuta anume acest subiect?
Munca de la distanță a devenit o realitate în zilele noastre, fiind integrată.
Ziua din nou, mă bucur să ne revedem.
Hello once more. It's good to see you again in the last panel of today. It was a busy day and I hope that all of our participants to the conference are still with us because this topic will also be particularly interesting. We'll talk about tax effects of a cashless digital society. By my side, my co-moderator is Anastasia Derevianka, Senior Manager at PricewaterhouseCoopers with extensive experience in taxation. A brief introduction, Anastasia, of our guests. Who do we have on our panel in this last section? Of course, thank you very much, Dan, for introduction. Today, we are glad to discuss about very important aspect, tax effects of a cashless economy. This is a subject on the agenda of the government, and we are glad to have by our side a perfect mix of taxation, international taxation professionals and representatives of the state and representatives of the business community from the Republic of Moldova. I would like to introduce the participants to this panel. So we have Adina Rizoli, who is director within PwC Romania with over 15 years experience in tax consultancy projects for national and multinational companies with more focus on the indirect taxation. Also, we have Sean Gale with over 33 years of experience within the state tax authorities in Australia and is currently a revenue administration advisor at the International Monetary Fund. Representing the state, we have Mr. Sergio Arhiri, who is head of a general department for compliance within the state tax service and works in this department for more than 10 years. It's my pleasure to have a special guest with us, Mr. Vlad Manoil, Deputy Director of the e-governance agency, and until September, Mr. Manoil was the head of re-engineering of public services department and dealt with upgrading public services. Having said that, I would like to give a floor to the first speaker in our panel, and that is Adina Vizoli, who will tell us a little about what does this new cashless economy mean and what are the trends internationally and what can we learn from the example of Romania in this respect. Please, Adina. Hello, everyone. I am glad to be again with our colleagues from Moldova. Unfortunately, it's again from behind the screen. We also had an event last week, and of course, we hope to have as many events as possible. Thank you very much, Anastasia. My today's presentation is meant to give a perspective on this topic about a cashless society and the matters related to what we mean payment services implemented in Romania based on the European regulatory framework, as well as a local dimension regarding following the transactions that are carried out in Romania by economic operators via cash registers that are mandatory. So the cash registers with electronic registers. So I'm also going to share some slides that I prepared. So speaking of European dimensions of the cashless economy, as I said before, actually we are talking about the European legislation in this area. The pillars of this legislation that regulates the payment services at European level started back in 2007. That was the first directive. It was also implemented in Romania in 2009. And currently in Romania, this directive was, this was replaced at European level, the directive on payment services, or it was PSD2 directive. And so the directive of 2015 was implemented in Romania in December 2019. So we had 1 year of delay, and we had a warning procedure from the European Commission because we were late. But to be concrete, what does this cashless economy mean? This is about access, so that we can provide cashless services, so that we can make payments by card, but not necessarily, so that we could place money in a banking account and then be able to make payments, so that we wouldn't have this burden of making transactions in cash. Why? Because the cash transactions are difficult to track. There are all these dangers of the economy that you could encounter when it comes to counterfeiting payment methods. Of course, we will think that, okay, but these digital ways of making payments that are provided by payment providers, they are not riskless. And for this reason, at European level, this regulation framework has been amended over the time in order to raise the security level and for the payment, so that it could be trusted by the citizens, so that they would use these payment services and that we would leave in the back the traditional cash payments. So this is actually a broader series of actions that were implemented in the EU countries over the time. So as I said, the most significant piece of legislation we could say is the PSD2 directive, which actually offered clearer access to the ones who are interested and who want to make payments and who want to have access to payment services. So by means of measures that were implemented by means of this regulatory framework, it was regulated, or we could get an account that we could get for free or at a reasonable commission. So for the consumer to be informed about the fees they have to pay. Also, there was a significant decrease in the difference between the fees applied by different member states when we were using these payment methods, for instance, card payments or wire transfers. All of them were almost covered by these payment services, and of course, importantly, it was allowed there was allowed the credit of other operators than credit operators. So it was access was granted to specialist organizations who can also provide payment services, who are not functioning as a traditional credit or banking institutions as we are used to, and which, well, of course, they are regulated as well, but such institutions could also offer such services, which means a greater degree of liberalizing these services, but at the same time, tougher security requirements were set. We, in Romania at least, especially at consumer level, we feel them very well, because before it was easy to make a payment. Now you need several steps of authentication and codes, so that the payments would be as secure as possible, that when they are made in the digital area. What else can I say? As I said, it is important that through these payment systems to ensure a secure framework and an accessible framework, because if we want to eliminate as much as possible from cash payments that are made mainly by consumers, because between companies, it doesn't happen. This mechanism is not used anymore. I mean, it's not excluded, but the main users of cash are the consumers, and also at their level, to be able to reach a situation when they are willing to use the payment services, you need to give them a very accessible framework. We've seen that in telecommunications at European level, when, for instance, it was regulated that roaming tariffs don't have to differ depending on the country where you traveled in the EU. Now we see that for payment services as well, a similar regulation that tells us that I shouldn't bear higher costs when I transfer euros, for instance, to an account from another member state, or when I want to withdraw euros. So every time I need to be informed about the fees that I will pay to the credit institution or to the alternative institution or fintech institution, as we like to call them, so to the ones who can provide such payment services.
Pornind de la așadar, noi suntem
in Romania, we have implemented with some delays this framework, and now we have to see whether it will encourage consumers to use these payment services and decrease the cash payments in the future. And regarding the second aspect, I would like to speak about the cash registers. So for these cash registers to be connected to the Romanian tax authorities, so that the data about the procurements that are accounted for are transmitted to the tax authority. Some historical data: we started working on the legislation in 2014. We continued in 2018 with various deadlines until we managed to introduced the obligation for taxpayers to use electronic cash registers. We had a number of obstacles along the way, both the businesses and the tax authority, because as you can see, we started in 2018, now we are in 2021, and now we are close to finishing this process. What we can tell you is that the deadlines until all of the businesses should use electronic cash register were postponed several times. Regarding the barriers that resulted in these postponements, these are the difficulties created by COVID, which delayed a number of processes, not only this one, both in Romanian and in EU. Some difficulties also related to the fact that some activities should have been restricted. Then we had a long period to obtain the permits. We did not have enough distributors of such cash registers. We also had some problems with the authorizations that were required for the cash registers. The authorities also adapted the online system with the delays. Nevertheless, we can say that we have more than 610,000 electronic cash registered with the tax authorities in 2021. As of January 2021, only 60% of small and medium-sized taxpayers were connected, and 50,000 of electronic cash registers of large taxpayers were connected to the tax authorities server until December 31st, 2020. Regarding the timelines, as you can see, the deadline was postponed 31st December 2021 for large taxpayers and 30th November 2021 for small and medium-sized taxpayers. So as I've said, we have not yet finished this process. Hopefully we'll meet this deadline. That's an important part of the digitalization program committed to by the tax authorities of Romania, together with pillar number 2 in introduction of standard audit files, initially for the large taxpayers and then for the other taxpayers, because these measures of digitalization are intended to track in real time the transactions conducted in order to make sure that all of the transactions performed by business operators are accounted for correctly. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I think that the conclusion that we can formulate is that the example of Romanian is how not to do the transition. I said previously that today we will also refer to the mistakes made by Romania, because if we are to compare what happened in Romania and Hungary, Carol, in his last year's presentation, showed the transition to electronic cash registers started together with Romania in 2014, and it ended in 2015. So all of the cash registers were connected, but it's useless to have them connected unless the data are analyzed. So we have to see what happens in Romania with all of those data, because when we have all businesses connected, all cash registers connected, the process does not end, it only starts, because the end purpose is not to have them connected, but to use the data. Reiterating the example of Hungary, in 1 year of transition to electronic cash register, they made another step in 2016 or 2017. They introduced the goods tracking system. In 2018, 2019, they introduced the e-invoice system via the server of the tax authority of Hungary. And as a result of this, in 4 or 5 years, they decreased the VAT gap from 26-25% in 2014 to about 5-6% in 2020. So the collections, the VAT collection increased significantly. And we should not forget that the VAT has a share of 27%, which is not low. So by doing so, they managed to decrease the direct taxes, the profit taxes, social contributions. So Hungary is an example worth following, and Romania is an example of what not to do. But let's continue. I will introduce our next
to give us a perspective on how the electronic trades produced fiscal effects.
for VAT purposes. You need to withhold that for VAT at point of sale, even though it's online. Of course, it's considered to be outside of our country. And you need to remit it to the Australian Tax Office. So these items, of course, are on low value, and items above the 1,000 still come through the borders, and they still are subject to assessment of VAT by our customs officers. But it meant that we have, I think, a fairly unusual system where we actually ask international retailers to collect our VAT for us and remit it to us. So it's expanded our network. I suppose the other thing that this online trend has seen is that we have, particularly when it comes to this provision of services, new business models, things that we haven't become accustomed to. So we all have apps on our phones. We either pay for those apps or we get them for free, and we have to endure the millions of advertisements that we have to put up with. But someone is paying for these advertisements, you see, of course, and they're quite well targeted, as I'm sure you have seen. You find that your local business all of a sudden on your silly little game that you're playing, for example, is advertising something which you may be interested or may not be interested in, but nevertheless, the likes of Google and Apple have sophisticated algorithms that send quite effective advertising to you now. So you ask yourself, as a tax administrator, so what about that activity and the payments for that activity? So you have a local business paying a multinational for advertising into that domestic market, and you ask yourself about the source of that revenue and whether the tax residency of that multinational might be considered in a domestic sense. I saw one example of one company who was providing advertising. Their local entity, their local company, which was established in Australia, was operated on a break-even basis, just enough to cover costs. And all of the negotiations and activities around the presenting of the advertising, the targeting of the advertising, were all negotiated within our country. But when it came to paying for the advertising, the payments were required to be made to a subsidiary of that company sitting in a low tax authority. I think it was Bahamas. So an unusual kind of structure, one clearly designed to achieve tax advantage. Now, we have some laws here that help us deal with that, general anti-avoidance laws, but I'm not sure they're very common around the world rather. But these are different kinds of things. I guess you also ask yourself about the person who designed the various apps. If they happen to be resident in your country, how then do you recognise that they are, in fact, in business, that they are selling these apps on these big platforms, if the revenue is even coming into your country, if it's where they're considering their tax residency to be. So all of these electronic e-commerce kind of transactions present unusual and new risks in terms of tax risk for revenue authorities to deal with. And of course, legislators as well. I mean, you need to consider whether your domestic laws are sufficiently targeted, sufficiently broad and robust to handle these kinds of transactions. And if not, then you need to think carefully about whether you need to change some things. Just to move on a little, compliance and risk detection, I'd like to touch on a bit. Obviously, as I said before, visibility of the existence and value of transactions through this e-commerce world is critical, particularly for revenue authorities. And obviously, we need to understand where they are. We need to see how much they are valued and what kinds of frequency these transactions are happening to understand whether we are seeing the appropriate amount of revenue. Now, ideally, our first port of call is in the various declarations made to the revenue authorities by taxpayers. Unfortunately, maybe not unfortunately, there's a common trend in countries to pursue pushing down the cost of compliance, and I think it's PricewaterhouseCoopers or someone like that who publishes a cost of compliance list of countries each year, and there's a interesting focus on where you sit in that pecking order as a country to not be expensive and therefore become attractive to business and investment. But the cost of that, of course, is that your revenue authority is going to see less and less in terms of detail. And they had to look to third-party information to be able to analyse and understand the environment within which they're trying to assess tax risk. And of course, when you say third-party information, customs information is very, very useful. But it only really is helpful where physical goods are crossing borders. And of course, it also needs to be in a form that is readily usable by the two agencies so that they can make good analysis of the documents. Truth of the matter is, though, that the most important source of information, the most significant source of information resides within the banking industry. Now, I know that's not always simple. In fact, it rarely is. There are commonly banking privacy laws and secrecy laws that prevent the sharing of information out of the banking system. But if we were to have our list of things we would most like to see, it would probably include banking data, big data, so that we can do some big data, high-level analytics to understand trends and to be able to not only look for individual transactions to try and understand how they flow, but to understand trends and frequencies of flows that are coming and going from certain areas of the globe. It would help us to understand where the risks may lie within the tax system. So I know that's a bit of a long shot in terms of the banking industry, but nevertheless, it's a part of the suite of third-party information that becomes necessary to try and understand where the risks lie. So what do revenue authorities need to understand about e-commerce and I suppose the cashless society prospects? So I guess they need to know where tax risks exists and what the revenue consequences of those tax risks are. So it may be a significant risk, but if it's not of significant value, then it may not have such a high priority. So they need to obviously prioritise these risks based on the risk and consequence of how they lay. They need to understand the effectiveness of existing laws for emerging business models. We need to understand if these things aren't working, then we need to react quite quickly and nimbly so as we can most effectively manage the revenue expectations of government. And when, of course, where we feel that these laws are deficient or outdated, there needs to be good communication between revenue authorities and various ministries and tax policy areas to reflect these needs. Having said all of this, of course, the significant majority of taxpayers, both domestic and international, simply want to comply with the laws. They do not want to be in contest with revenue authorities around the world. And it's the revenue authority's responsibility and necessarily a priority to assist in compliance, to help taxpayers meet their obligations, to provide certainty and comfort to taxpayers, in making clear how the laws apply, and to have in place systems to make it easy for them to meet their responsibilities. We don't really want to make it a complicated process to declare and pay your taxes. We want to make that as streamlined as possible. I'm not sure that in terms of providing certainty in the law, we've had for some time a process of providing binding rulings, both on a public basis to general public in understanding certain laws. Individually, taxpayers can write to us and we will give a binding ruling on how the tax applies to the sets of facts that they give us. And they need to be not proposed transactions, they need to be actual transactions, but nevertheless, we'll give them certainty. So in closing, I guess what I would say is that revenue administration is very complicated, and the existence and predominance of cash makes it even more so. or from another viewpoint, the emergence of a cashless community makes it much less so. And this is, we vote yes to a cashless economy universally, I'm sure. So look, I think I'll finish there. I think I'll probably run over my 10 or 12 minutes, and I'll look forward to the other presentations. Thanks.
Sean, I'll just say a few words in Romania about the takeaway from this, from your perspective on the cashless economy. Cred că ceea ce
I think that the presentation of Sean makes us understand that is an illusion to think that a cashless economy would solve all of the fiscal problems, tax problems, because a cashless economy can generate new problems. We have seen that it took some measures, and since June the 1st, we remain have a new system. Though all of the procurements via Amazon, via AliExpress are online, it does not mean that we don't have tax evasion there. It does not mean that VAT is not lost there somehow, which thanks to the ways of reporting, they don't always reflect the real value of the goods, or due to the mechanism of deliveries, sometimes they would avoid paying some taxes. So via this transition to cashless payments, we generated new problems. So one problem was solved, other problems were generated. Given the ways how the economy evolves and how trade develops. So e-trade does not mean end of all fiscal problems. No, it means the birth of new problems that might be even more complex. As Sean said, we need information from the banking sector to understand the flows, the volumes of transactions, areas of the world where this money are moving. And we need to find ways how tax authorities, how revenue authorities can interact in order to solve this newly emerged problem. In the VAT area, we have seen the system of registering the digital platforms in the EU that obliges somehow these traders to declare the VAT and to distribute the amounts to all member states using the USSA mechanism. We will not go into too many details now, but I believe that Sean's presentation was indeed relevant in terms of effects of this transition to a cashless economy, which is not a universal solution. It's a step generating new challenges. Thank you one more time for your presentation, Anastasia. Thank you. Sean's input was very valuable. He spoke about the aspects that results in he told us that developing e-trade can foster or speed up the transition to cashless economy. So I would like to invite the next speaker. He will speak about the trade commerce. Hello, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the possibility to participate in this event, to share with the experience of the state tax service regarding the peculiarities
Tehnologiile moderne remodelează de o manieră radicală sistemul de organizare și funcționare al întreprinderilor, impunând acestora un nou mod de a face comerț.
So it makes companies to have a new way of doing trade, to have partnerships with suppliers and consumers. Similar way will happen among consumers, users of services, and everyone that is connected to the global information infrastructure. And in the new technology, in the new economy, the IT will be the engine of economic and social changes. Information is the main resource, and the internet technologies are the most efficient communication and business network. And a clear indicator of that is the change in the features of payment services. So, according to the official data presented by the National Bank of Moldova, the number of banking cards in circulation as of the first quarter of 2021 was around 2.2 million units, which is 6.7% higher than in the previous year. The cashless operation have also been increasing over the analyzed period. So for the first quarter of 2021, we've had a 43.3% increases in numbers and more than 50% in amount compared to the year of 2020. It's important to say that the value of payments made online through electronic commerce platforms in the first quarter of 2021 accounted for almost 1.5 billion lei, having a dynamic, positive dynamics, almost 21%. The data that are on the slide show that there is more interest towards electronic commerce coming from users of Moldova, and that is also forced by new restrictions and the global pandemic. In this context, understanding the importance and potential of this segment, the fast increase that it has. So the State Tax Service has chosen to have a priority to educate taxpayers, and the main purpose of a tax authority is to gather taxes according to the law, but in a way that supports trust in the tax system. And the decision on the voluntary or forced compliance behavior is based on a detailed analysis of the available information, as well as on identifying and assessing the compliance risks. In case of modern tax services, such as in Moldova, this is ensured by managing tax non-compliance risks. Risk management is defined as a systematic process where the State Tax Service decides on the treatment tools based on understanding of every individual taxpayers and what should be used in order to efficiently make them obey the legislation in force and to prevent tax violations. As you can see in the presentation, the main goals of the risk management system are the following: ensure fair treatment to the taxpayers proportionate to the tax behavior that they have, focus the control tasks on taxpayers that don't honor their tax liabilities and do not comply with the legal provisions so that they can be subjected to tax audit first of all, increasing the level of voluntary compliance among economic operators, and to appreciate the development over time of taxpayers' tax behavior and decide on the need how to apply tax treatment. So applying the right tax tools raises the compliance information that we collect from about the taxpayers' need and have to be assessed from the perspective of risk criteria. And depending on the established risks, the State Tax Service chooses to apply one of the two possible treatments. Voluntary compliance treatments, that means sending compliance letters, organizing information campaigns, having compliance meetings, seminars, as well as forced compliance treatments. And in those cases, we have harsher activities, and that covers audit activities. The main risks related to the e-commerce in Moldova are having activities without being registered with the competent authorities, having activities without having the appropriate permits, lack of bookkeeping or inappropriate bookkeeping, lack of certificates of origin of a good sold, lack of using cash registers, and having unreported work. Based on the analysis and assessment of risks registered by taxpayers appropriate to their relevant to the e-commerce sector, and also based on the tax administration measures applied in 2019-2020, the online services and commerce is a sector that is appreciated by state tax service as a high risk level of tax non-compliance. So that's why it was decided that it is a priority to be monitored according in the compliance monitoring program for 2021. The program for voluntary compliance of taxpayers provides for policies that support taxpayers that are at the risk of tax non-compliance by using the tools that I mentioned before. So every taxpayer should know their rights, obligations, and consequences that will result from non-compliance with the law enforced. It is extremely important that the taxpayer understands the tax tasks that they have, to be aware of how important it is to declare correctly and pay in full the taxes and fees owed to the national budget, so that the state in its turn could offer citizens high quality services. From the analysis of taxpayer behaviors, we can see that the reasons of non-compliance are the following: not knowing the legislation in force, low level of tax literacy, lack of loyal competition, and the social environment. So as a result of applying voluntary compliance tools on a sample of taxpayers in e-commerce that we selected for monitoring, in terms of performance indicators related to compliance, we've seen an increase in the indicators in all the monitored sections as of a situation of 30th of June 2021 compared to 30th of June 2020, which means that the calculated tax liability has increased by 61%. The paid tax liability increased by 57%. The share of taxes and fees calculated to per 1 leu coming from sales increased by 49%. Increase in the share of taxes and fees paid per 1 leu from sales increased by 46%. And the average monthly salary increased by 7%. The tax administration is the more efficient, the more information they have about the subjects, about their activity. And knowing and assessment of data allows applying efficient measures in time and space in order to reduce risks and to avoid potential deliberate or unintentional mistakes. So that's why in various areas of e-commerce, the State tax service collects information from various sources and analyzes them in relation to the data that was provided by the taxpayer. So some information about individual citizens and the revenues they achieve as a result of advertising companies that they get from Facebook and Google are obtained by sending some requests for information to the banking institutions of the Republic of Moldova. Similarly, data on individuals and revenues they received from online sports bets abroad are obtained from resident economic operators that are intermediaries for these payments with the international platforms. At world level, e-commerce is not only an activity that focuses efforts of companies that are running in a competition to win new clients and to meet their requirements. Currently, e-commerce has become a main component of economic development policies of governments of developed countries. The approach of a state tax service aims at preventing, detecting, combating violations in an efficient manner. This can be ensured, first of all, by reducing compliance risks and education and servicing taxpayers. Of course, in parallel, we need to build institutional capacities by developing the tools that already exist. So in this way, the main priorities related to e-commerce are diversifying the sources of information, raising the technical capacity to identify e-commerce activities, and improving the quality of regulatory acts in force of policies and strategies in this sector. Thank you very much. That was my presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Hiri. We are glad to hear the concerns that the authorities have in this respect, and understanding that indeed e-commerce is developing in a direction that can't be ignored. And it's not only about goods and services. This sector is giving birth to additional challenges as well. We will continue with a new participant in our panel. It's Mr. Victor Ciobanu, CEO of Kiwi, Moldova, the longest lasting payment fintech from Moldova. Mr. Ciobanu has experience also in public administration in the past. So, Mr. Ciobanu, how are things seen from the perspective of the players on this market? How do you see these developments in the area of e-commerce? Hello, Dan. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I would like to congratulate the AmCham teams from the both banks of Prut River for the successful organization of this event. I will try to share my screen for the presentation. You can't see anything yet? We can see an email now. I'll try once more. It didn't work. Something doesn't work. I will try again. So it worked this time.
Cred că ar fi util să apăsați slideshow să vedem direct.
Maybe you should, yes, click slideshow so that you can see it. Yeah. Over the last years, we have noticed that non-banking payment services increasing by developing new solutions and for payment, and this offers new possibilities for development of financial services, and thus they contribute to the financial inclusion of a population. In Moldova, this segment is represented by 5 issuers of digital currency and 2 payment service providers licensed by the National Bank. Together, they position as partners of the classic banking system, and they supplement the banking system services, and they agree, and they provide services to the part of population that are not able to access banks or can hardly access them. And the symbiosis between non-banking providers and banks raises the inclusion of financial inclusion population. And in the meanwhile, we managed to transform cash into digital transactions. During the activity, they brought several innovations to the payment segment, including around 2,200 self-service terminals. And since 2012, they are connected to the tax gateway. In parallel with developing payment applications, the digital currencies providers started to cover needs of online shops that allowing solutions easy to combine with their sales and providing one single solution. So once mechanisms for collecting payment online by issuers of digital currency can provide services from the online shops through checkout bench and QR pay. Speaking of this 40%, that is impressive, but if you look at numbers, that is symbolic, and that's because of the insufficient development of online shops. An element that is important in every economy is the mechanism for payment of taxes and fees. Back since 2013, the non-banking providers started to have an importance, assuring over 45% of transactions of individuals towards the MPay governmental payment service. In more details, I want to talk about available services through my own example of a Kiwi system. Currently, is the most required service is the cash payment terminal, but over time we made it possible to make payments with the digital currency, and that covered some of the needs of the clients and allows better P2P services, payments, and paying for utilities. And then QR payment was made possible in shops and Horeca. The Q wallet is the digital wallet where you can make payments. They can pay for utilities, transfer money without a banking account directly from your mobile phone. And to use it, and to have the wallet at hand, you need to download it from App Store or Google Play and to register it, which is quite interactive and intuitive. Processes through QR are easy to manage, and this is what we provide now. And altogether, they provide a complex solution and personalized, customized solutions that attract clients and other small businesses. All these aspects prove that users choose solutions and tools that are comfortable and easy to understand to them. And from our experience, we conclude that clients choose to have comfortable transactions and comfortable and quick transactions. So I would like to thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please, you are very welcome to ask them. Thank you very much, Mr. Ciobanu. We realize that indeed technology provides an entire range of solutions about facilitating payments, which will make that more and more payments will go towards digitalization, towards online. We have discussed so far about the payments, but I think that this digitalization is not only about payments, but about an entire interaction between the economic environment, population, and authorities, or an entire revolution regarding the way the state interacts with citizens. So we have with us Mr. Vlad Manoil, and starting today, Deputy Director of the e-Governance Agency. Congratulations on your new position. As far as I understand, these are new responsibilities that you take on. The task becomes even more complex. What can you tell us, Vlad, from this perspective of the way that not only payments go online, but the entire interaction is moving into online? Thank you very much, Dan, for your congratulations. It is a challenge for me, but I promise I will be brave dealing with it, and brave and ambitious dealing with this challenge. I want to congratulate you as well for choosing a very diverse panel in terms of discussed topics. And I was actually having a contrasting image with the remainder of the speakers, because we are a techie organization. People see us as something very specific, more like an IT organization than a public institution. So I wanted to make reference to the effects of digitalization per general, because they also have a direct effect on taxation, and that would include first of all the adoption aspect that was mentioned by some speakers before. We try to facilitate both e-payments and also use by businesses, by citizens, so to make them use the tools that we provide them. So something revenue is that we try to stimulate electronic payments by offering discounts to some services, and this is what we will do in the nearest future. And what we desire is not about becoming invisible government, but at least to be a thin government, government that provides a very subtle and elegant interaction among all members of a society. That includes raising the efficiency of the state and of the businesses, speaking of digital reporting, and we want tools that will simplify this interaction as much as possible. So in my activity so far in re-engineering services, I can tell you that around 1/3 of the services that the state is providing can be eliminated without an impact on the quality of the governance process. Also, to talk about digitalization as an economic engine and the factor that critical success factor for businesses, by using these digital tools, we have more time, and for businesses, this is time that they can use in a different manner that can be beneficial for taxation as well. Why not? For the state. Last but not least, I would like to talk about digitalization as a tool, as a partnership between the state and businesses, because our payment platforms, where we work intensely with payment institutions in order to ensure this connection and this freedom, if you want to pay by means we feel are more comfortable. And currently, we develop a document delivery services, and in this case, we want to have a partnership with the private sector in order to have a courier activity assured. So could be other platforms. The private sector is a trustworthy partner for us, and why not? It's a separate business line for them as well. So maybe I should stop here, not to take too much of the time, but I would also like to highlight the use of our platforms as effective that could give the businesses a tool to become more efficient. If you need to manage digital documents, the mSign service allows you to sign those documents without additional fees. If you want to manage safely your users, the mPass service, we have already 150,000 secure accounts. You can use that. If you need payment services, you can use the mPay as a service provider as well, not necessarily state services. So we see that this is a table with a lot of dishes and food, so a lot to choose from. Thank you, Vlad. Congratulations on all this development of a platform of interaction so far. And as mentioned, it's not only about payments, but also all other services that are available. We are somehow getting closer to the closing of this panel and closing today's conference session. If there are any questions, I think there was a question, as far as I remember, about a possible limitation of using cash for individuals and legal entities in the near future. I will give you a picture from Romania before we move to the Moldovan session. Since 2015, actually at that time we already had a law, but it was updated with a new regulatory act, and it limited the payments in cash to amount 1,000 euros cash or 2,000 euros cash for everything that was cash, for goods, for services, between companies and between companies and individuals, which means purchase of goods and services from companies or transactions between individuals, and there was a significant fine if you disobey this, like 10% of the amount. Subsequently, part of the problems, and it was also mentioned about procurement in big amounts for houses or other types of goods of high value, that was solved partially. I mean, it doesn't mean that from small daily transactions you can get a big amount. So the non-taxed retail paid in cash, it doesn't mean it's not important. It's a big evasion area, but there is this regulatory framework for all these transactions, and as far as we know, it is observed to a large extent. I don't know if you have this ceiling in Moldova or a possibility to have it kept. We already have this ceiling, and it was even high last year. And I think what is of interest for the ones here, if do we expect even higher limitation of cash payments in terms of policy between individuals and I don't know if you are in the position to answer me that. Well, maybe we can try and ask our colleagues from the State Tax Service, Sergio. Maybe he knows about these plans. So speaking of future plans, I'm not sure about this, but at least this in this area of field of work, there was a new regulation was provided in law on entrepreneurial activities and enterprises that establishes that starting with May 2021, a limitation of payments by individuals to legal entities, and this ceiling is 100,000 lei per transaction. A limitation on the relationship between legal entities when it comes to cash payments is has been regulated in our law for longer time. But probably this will also be revised.
Aceste mecanisme, în România s-a introdus o prevedere legată de așa.
In Romania, we have a provision regarding the so-called cashback, the possibility to withdraw from the trade a limited amount of money, €50, as a way to extend the payment system with payers to all traders, to be able to move them to the online area, social benefit payments, because we always had this discussion: what will the old ladies, old people do who take their pension at an ATM? They'll have to travel to the neighboring town. So this helped solve this problem. The ceiling to have a cash register was 50,000, and it was reduced to. There are some discussions in this area because who does not have 10,000 euro per year cannot continue their business as a store. So initially they said that 10,000 euro is a high amount, but it obviously who does not earn 10,000 euro a year cannot survive. But we have high pressures for the cash to stay, so we should wait and see how things will evolve. Well, this initiative with cashback is very much promoted in our country as well. We, AmCham, are quite vocal, and we discussed with Vlad some time ago about this. Vlad, I know that some efforts are made at the government level. Yes, indeed, Veronica, there is an initiative in this regard, a draft government decision that would legalize this activity. Moreover, we can see this as a way to involve those that prefer to go at the ATM and withdraw all of the amount and then pay everything in cash. So hopefully this will help encourage non-cash transactions. And I believe this will contribute to a higher financial inclusion of people because POS terminals are everywhere. So there is no corner in Moldova without a POS terminal where you could make some cash back or cash withdrawal if you do need cash. So hopefully this will be even easier by using the smartphones. So I am dreaming to leave the times when I go to the market and I'm afraid that I'll not have enough cash to pay for everything I want to buy. Yes, I hope we'll reach the time when we see the interaction between traders, customers, and the government set in a way that everything can be solved by a smartphone. Are there any other questions? Maybe participants who are with us in the room, or maybe those that are watching us online? Or maybe you would like to add something? If not, then I think we could end this day. I think we had an interesting discussion. For me, it was interesting for sure. I hope you have the same impression. Tomorrow we have a new day. We'll have discussions as interesting as today's. We will discuss topics that we addressed a bit today. Taxation of digital nomads, VAT return or reimbursement. As Mr. Norok mentioned, or the minister in the morning, will have a whole session to discuss VAT. So we'll see each other tomorrow, fresh. Veronique, I don't know if I could add to what you've said. Yes, indeed, we'll see each other tomorrow at 9:30. We'll have links for you to get connected for Romanian and for English as it happened today. So please be with us. And if you have any questions or if you'd like some clarification, write your questions. I hope tomorrow we'll have a good day as it was today. Thank you for your effort. See you tomorrow.